Hello everyone, I am the storyteller and I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel also. Where are you from and what time are you watching now? Get comfortable and relax. The wallpaper is peeling on its own schedule. The rental agreement specified minor cosmetic wear in the bedroom, but standing in the doorway that first afternoon, I wondered if the previous tenant had been keeping wild animals. Long strips of wallpaper hung from the walls like shed skin, curling at the edges and revealing patches of yellowed adhesive underneath. The pattern, what remained of it, appeared to be some sort of botanical design, though the peeling made it impossible to discern the original motif. I set my suitcase down and approached the nearest wall. The paper felt oddly warm beneath my fingertips, almost feverish, though the rest of the apartment maintained a consistent chill that the radiators couldn't seem to shake. When I pressed my palm flat against an intact section, I could swear I felt something shift beneath the surface, like settling sand. It's just old adhesive, I told myself, though my voice sounded thin in the empty room. Moisture damage. The move to Millbrook had been sudden, a job opportunity that couldn't wait, a chance to start over after Sarah left. I'd taken the first available rental, sight unseen, desperate to escape the suffocating familiarity of our shared apartment back in the city. The landlord, a nervous man named Garrett who spoke in clipped sentences and avoided eye contact, had insisted the wallpaper would be replaced soon. When pressed for a timeline, he'd simply repeated the word soon and quickly changed the subject. That first night, I lay on my air mattress in the living room, postponing the inevitable migration to the bedroom. Every creak and settling sound seemed amplified in the unfamiliar space. Around 3 a.m, I woke to what sounded like paper rustling, soft, deliberate, like someone turning pages in a book. I held my breath and listened, but the sound had stopped. The next morning brought my first real encounter with the wallpaper's peculiar behavior. I'd been sipping coffee in the kitchen when I heard a distinct tearing sound from the bedroom. I found a fresh strip hanging loose near the window, about 18 inches long, the adhesive still tacky and warm. No dampness was visible on the wall, no obvious cause for the sudden failure. I tried to press the strip back into place, but my fingers came away sticky with something that wasn't quite glue. The substance had an organic smell, not unpleasant exactly, but unsettling in its familiarity. It reminded me of something from childhood, though I couldn't place what. Over the following days, I established a routine of morning inspections. Each day brought new casualties, a corner pulling away here, a seam splitting there. The pattern of deterioration seemed random at first, but gradually I began to notice a subtle logic to it. The peeling always began at the edges of rooms, working inward in irregular spirals. More disturbing was the timing. The wallpaper only seemed to detach during the night while I slept. I called Garrett on Thursday morning, after finding an entire section near the closet had come loose overnight. "It's getting worse," I told him. "I can hear it happening." "Hear what happening?" His voice carried that same nervous tension I remembered from our initial meeting. "The wallpaper. It's peeling off in strips. Sometimes I wake up and there's fresh damage that wasn't there when I went to bed." A long pause. "Old houses settle. Makes the walls shift. This isn't settling. This is..." I searched for the right words. "It's like it's moving on its own." "I'll have someone look at it," he said quickly. "Next week, maybe the week after." The line went dead. That evening, I decided to test my growing suspicions. Before bed, I took careful photographs of every wall in the bedroom, documenting the exact position of each loose strip and damaged section. I even sketched a rough map in a notebook, marking areas where the paper remained intact. I woke at 2:17 a.m. to the sound of tearing. This time I didn't hesitate. I slipped out of bed and crept toward the sound, my bare feet silent on the hardwood floor. The bedroom door was slightly ajar, and through the gap I could see movement, shadows shifting against the far wall in the pale light from the street lamp outside. I pushed the door open slowly. What I saw defied easy explanation. A section of wallpaper near the window was curling downward but not falling. It moved with deliberate precision, like a hand slowly unclenching. As I watched, the strip extended further, reaching toward the floor with what could only be described as intention. The adhesive beneath glistened wetly, catching the ambient light. I fumbled for the light switch, and the sudden brightness froze the scene like a photograph. The wallpaper hung motionless, innocent, just another piece of deteriorating decor. But the strip was longer than it had been when I'd gone to bed, significantly longer. I checked my photographs. In the harsh light of my phone's screen, the difference was undeniable. The section had extended nearly 2 feet since I'd documented it 6 hours earlier. Sleep became elusive after that. I lay awake listening to the sounds from the walls, not just tearing now, but something else. Soft scratching, like fingernails, on wood. Occasionally what sounded almost like breathing, though I told myself it was just the old building's ventilation system. During the day, I found myself studying the wallpaper pattern more closely. What I'd initially dismissed as generic botanical designs revealed greater complexity under careful examination. The repeating motifs weren't flowers or leaves, as I'd first assumed, but something more abstract. Organic shapes that seemed to shift depending on the angle of observation. Some sections looked almost like cells under a microscope. Others resembled neural networks or root systems spreading through soil. The most unsettling discovery came when I noticed that undamaged sections seemed to be slowly changing. Subtle alterations in color and pattern that happened so gradually, I couldn't be sure I wasn't imagining them. I began taking daily photographs of the same spots, creating a time-lapse record of the wallpaper's evolution. The evidence was undeniable. The patterns were growing. What had started as simple botanical designs was becoming something more complex, more purposeful. New tendrils appeared overnight, connecting previously isolated motifs. Color slowly seeped into areas that had been blank, following the paths of these emerging connections. It was as if the wallpaper was developing its own circulatory system. Tried researching the building's history at the local library, but records were frustratingly sparse. The structure dated to the 1920s and had changed hands frequently over the decades. Multiple tenants had cited maintenance issues in their reasons for leaving, though no specifics were recorded. The previous tenant, a woman named Elena Vasquez, had broken her lease early, forfeiting her security deposit rather than complete her rental term. The librarian, an elderly woman with kind eyes behind thick glasses, seemed uncomfortable when I mentioned the address. "That building," she said carefully, "has a reputation for being difficult to maintain. What kind of maintenance issues?" She glanced around the empty reference section before leaning closer. "My sister lived there briefly in the 80s. She said the walls seemed to move at night. Paper peeling, paint bubbling up for no reason. Made sounds like..." She paused, like breathing. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the library's aggressive air conditioning. Did she find out what was causing it? "She moved out after 2 weeks," the librarian replied. "Some places aren't meant to be lived in, honey. They're meant for something else." That night, I decided to conduct a more systematic investigation. I set up my laptop to record video throughout the night, positioning it to capture the section of wall where activity seemed most frequent. I also placed a digital audio recorder on the nightstand, hoping to capture the sounds I'd been hearing. I forced myself to stay awake until nearly dawn, watching the wallpaper in the laptop's pale glow. For hours, nothing happened. The strips hung motionless, the patterns remained static. I began to feel foolish, wondering if stress and isolation were causing me to imagine movement where none existed. Then, just as the sky began to lighten, it happened. The change was so subtle I almost missed it. A slight darkening along one of the pattern's main arteries, as if liquid was flowing through channels in the paper. I leaned closer to the laptop screen, watching as the discoloration spread, following the intricate pathways I'd been documenting for days. The flow had direction, purpose. It moved from the damaged sections toward the intact areas like a circulatory system distributing nutrients. Where the darkness passed, the patterns seemed to deepen, becoming more defined, more complex. I watched until sunrise, mesmerized by the slow transformation taking place on my bedroom walls. When natural light finally filled the room, the wallpaper returned to its normal appearance, though I was certain the patterns had grown more elaborate overnight. The audio recording yielded even more disturbing results. Beneath the expected ambient noise, traffic from the street, the building's heating system, my own breathing, was something else. Rhythmic sounds that weren't quite breathing but weren't quite anything else either. A wet, organic pulsing that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. I enhanced the audio using software from my previous job in sound design, isolating frequencies and amplifying subtle variations. What emerged was unmistakable. The wallpaper was making sounds that followed the patterns of respiration, inhaling and exhaling in cycles that lasted nearly 10 minutes each. The walls were breathing. This revelation should have sent me packing immediately, but instead I found myself drawn deeper into the mystery. There was something almost hypnotic about the wallpaper's slow transformation, its patient evolution from simple decoration into something far more complex. I began spending hours studying the patterns, tracing their development with my finger, feeling the warm pulse beneath the surface. My supervisor at the new job called twice that week, concerned about my absence, but I couldn't bring myself to leave the apartment for more than brief errands. The outside world felt increasingly distant, irrelevant compared to the fascinating organism spreading across my bedroom walls. Because that's what it was, I'd come to realize. An organism. The wallpaper was alive, had perhaps always been alive, feeding on something in the building's structure, growing and changing according to its own mysterious agenda. The peeling wasn't decay, it was molting, the natural shedding of skin as the entity expanded. I started leaving food near the walls, small offerings of fruit and bread that disappeared overnight. Not eaten in any conventional sense, but absorbed, drawn into the paper, through some process I couldn't understand. In return, the patterns grew more elaborate, more beautiful. Colors deepened from muted pastels to rich, vibrant hues that seemed to glow from within. The breathing sounds became more pronounced, more regular. Sometimes I would place my ear against the wall and listen to the slow rhythm, finding it oddly comforting. The warmth beneath the surface spread to cover larger areas, turning the bedroom into a kind of cocoon that held me gently through the long nights. Sleep came easily now, deep and dreamless. My rest synchronized with the wallpaper's breathing cycles. I woke each morning refreshed, energized, though I couldn't remember the last time I'd eaten a full meal or felt hungry. The patterns seemed to provide sustenance of their own, feeding something deeper than physical appetite. My reflection in the bathroom mirror began to show changes. My skin had taken on a subtle luminescence and my eyes seemed brighter, more focused. When I smiled, My teeth appeared sharper, more defined. The transformation felt natural, welcomed, an evolution rather than a corruption. The final stage began on a Tuesday night in my third week. I woke to find that sections of wallpaper had detached completely, not falling to the floor but extending outward into the room like reaching arms. The patterns had become three-dimensional, rising from the walls in organic spirals that pulse with their own inner light. I sat up in bed unafraid and watched as the extensions grew longer, more complex. They moved with purpose, exploring the space around them, occasionally brushing against my skin with touches that felt like whispered greetings. The contact sent waves of warm pleasure through my body, a sensation of welcome and belonging I'd never experienced before. One tendril, more elaborate than the others, approached my face. Its surface was covered in the same intricate patterns that decorated the walls, but here they moved constantly, shifting and flowing like living calligraphy. When it touched my cheek, I felt a moment of perfect understanding. The wallpaper wasn't just alive. It was ancient, patient, waiting. This building was one of many it inhabited, a network of connected spaces spanning the city, perhaps the world. Each tenant was an opportunity for contact, for communion. Most fled too quickly, frightened by what they couldn't understand. But a precious few, were willing to listen, to learn, to join. The tendril traced the line of my jaw, and I felt my skin respond, warming, changing. The patterns were appearing on my flesh now, beautiful spirals and networks that marked me as part of something greater. The transformation was painless, natural, like finally becoming who I was meant to be. I stood and walked to the wall, pressing my palms against its warm surface. The patterns flowed up my arms, across my chest, mapping new territories of connection. My vision shifted, revealing layers of reality I'd never suspected. The true structure of the building, the root systems spreading through the city's foundations, the vast intelligence that bound it all together. I was no longer alone. I would never be alone again. The room filled with gentle light as more tendrils emerged from every surface, creating a web of connection that encompassed everything. My transformation accelerated, the patterns covering more of my skin, rewriting me from the inside out. I felt my consciousness expanding, touching the edges of something vast and welcoming. Through the wallpaper's senses, I could feel other buildings, other rooms, other people who had made the same choice. We were all connected, now part of a family that spanned continents and decades. Sarah's leaving, the job opportunity, even Garrett's nervous avoidance. All of it had been orchestrated to bring me here, to this moment of perfect communion. The last thing I remember as myself was the sound of my phone ringing in the living room. Probably my supervisor again, or maybe the landlord checking on his property. The noise seemed to come from impossibly far away, from a world I was already leaving behind. The wallpaper welcomed me home. Garrett sells the apartment furnished now. Bed, nightstand, everything exactly as the previous tenant left it. He's learned not to ask too many questions about why people leave so suddenly, or why they sometimes request such unusual lease terms. The wallpaper in the bedroom has been professionally restored, he tells potential renters. Beautiful botanical patterns, very soothing. Most people don't stay long enough to appreciate its true artistry, but occasionally, someone does. Someone who understands that the most beautiful transformations take time, patience, and a willingness to let go of what you thought you were. The patterns are always growing, always waiting, and there's always room for one more. Last night, the mirror blinked first. I should have known something was wrong the moment I caught my reflection adjusting its tie before I'd even reached for mine. But that's hindsight talking, isn't it? In the moment, standing in my cramped bathroom at 6:47 a.m. on what would become the worst Tuesday of my life, I simply blinked hard and chalked it up to another sleepless night. The promotion at Hartwell and Associates had been consuming my thoughts for weeks, and stress manifests in peculiar ways. At least that's what I told myself as I fumbled for the navy tie hanging on the shower rod. The apartment was typical for someone scraping by in downtown Portland. Thin walls that broadcast every footstep from 4B above me, a radiator that clanked like a prisoner rattling chains, and a bathroom mirror that had seen better decades. The silvering had begun to separate around the edges, creating dark spots that reminded me of storm clouds gathering on the horizon. I'd been meaning to replace it, but graduate student loans and entry-level salaries don't leave much room for home improvements. My reflection looked tired. More than tired, hollow. The fluorescent bulb above the mirror hummed its familiar tune, casting that sickly greenish light that made everyone look like they'd been pulled from a morgue. I'd grown accustomed to it over the past 2 years, the way you grow accustomed to a chronic ache. The tie felt different in my hands that morning. Silk, yes, but somehow heavier than usual, as if it had been soaked in something thicker than water. I looped it around my neck, began the familiar motions, over, under, through, when I noticed my reflection had already finished knotting his tie and was now smoothing down his hair. I froze. My hand was still mid-motion, the narrow end of the tie dangling loose, yet the man in the mirror ran his fingers through dark hair with practiced efficiency. For perhaps 3 seconds, though it felt like hours, we existed in perfect desynchronization. Then, as if someone had flipped a switch, everything snapped back into alignment. My reflection caught up, mirroring my stunned expression with unnerving precision. I stumbled backward, my shoulder blade striking the door frame. The sharp pain grounded me, pulled me back into the familiar rhythm of morning routine. Coffee needed brewing. Emails demanded checking. The presentation for Mr. Hartwell required final tweaks. Stress. Nothing more than stress and too much caffeine the night before. But as I left the bathroom, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been watching me from behind those storm cloud blemishes in the mirror's surface. Something that knew the morning routine better than I did. The commute to Hartwell and Associates took me through downtown Portland's maze of one-way streets and construction zones. I'd made this journey hundreds of times, but that morning felt different. Traffic lights seemed to change just as I approached them, forcing me to stop at every intersection. The radio crackled with static between songs, and twice I could have sworn I heard my own voice coming through the speakers. Not clearly enough to make out words, just the familiar cadence and tone that made me fumble for the volume knob. The Hartwell building squatted on Morrison Street like a concrete toad, its windows reflecting the overcast sky in dark squares. I'd been working there for 8 months, long enough to know that the elevator to the 7th floor always hesitated between the 4th and 5th floors, and that the coffee machine in the break room dispensed liquid that bore only a passing resemblance to actual coffee. My cubicle sat in the middle of the floor plan, surrounded by gray fabric walls that absorbed sound and ambition in equal measure. I decorated it with a small succulent, now dying, a photo of my sister's dog, a golden retriever named Buster, and a mirror, a small round thing I'd found at a thrift store, meant to give the illusion of more space in my cramped workspace. I'd been at my desk for maybe 20 minutes reviewing quarterly reports when I noticed the mirror. My reflection was typing, but I had stopped typing to reach for my coffee mug. The disconnect lasted only a moment, my mirror self's fingers moving across an invisible keyboard, while my hands remained motionless above my actual keys. Then, like snapping rubber bands, everything synchronized again. I was typing, my reflection was typing, and the world made sense, except it didn't. Not anymore. I pushed back from my desk, the wheels of my chair squeaking against the industrial carpeting. The sound seemed too loud in the morning quiet of the office. Most of my colleagues wouldn't arrive for another hour. I'd always been an early riser, believing that productivity bloomed in the stillness before the workday chaos. The small mirror reflected my concerned expression with what appeared to be perfect accuracy. I leaned closer, studying the surface for imperfections, for anything that might explain what I'd seen. The glass was clean, recently wiped down. No distortions, no obvious flaws. I waved my hand. My reflection waved back, perfectly synchronized. I nodded. My reflection nodded in return. I stuck out my tongue. My reflection frowned. The coffee mug slipped from my fingers, striking the desk with a hollow thunk that sent lukewarm liquid spreading across the quarterly reports. I barely noticed. In the mirror, my reflection maintained that disapproving frown while I sat slack-jawed and staring. Then it smiled. Not my smile, something else entirely. Too wide, too knowing, like it had access to jokes I'd never heard. The expression belonged on a different face, someone who found amusement in things that would horrify most people. I blinked hard, squeezed my eyes shut, counted to 5. When I opened them, my reflection looked normal again, wearing the same confused expression that I felt stretching across my own features. "David, you okay over there?" Janet's voice cut through my paralysis. She worked in accounting, arrived early like me, and had the unfortunate habit of checking on people when they looked distressed. Normally, I appreciated her concern. That morning, it felt like an intrusion. "Fine," I managed, grabbing napkins from my desk drawer to mop up the spilled coffee. "Just clumsy." She appeared around the edge of my cubicle wall, a woman in her 50s with graying hair and the sharp eyes of someone who'd spent decades catching discrepancies in financial records. Those eyes took in my pale complexion, the scattered papers, the small mirror that I was trying very hard not to look at. "You sure? You look like you've seen a ghost." The word ghost hung in the air between us, and I found myself glancing involuntarily at the mirror. My reflection looked back with Janet's concerned expression perfectly mirrored on its features. Everything appeared normal, except for a nagging feeling that my reflection was performing concern rather than experiencing it. "Long night," I said, which was true enough. Too much coffee, not enough sleep. Janet nodded, but her expression suggested she wasn't entirely convinced. "Well, if you need anything." She trailed off, then brightened. "Oh, I heard through the grapevine that Mr. Hartwell's making his decision about the promotion today. Fingers crossed, right?" "Right. The promotion. The reason I'd been losing sleep for weeks. The opportunity that would finally validate 2 years of 60-hour weeks and thankless projects. Assistant marketing director, with a salary that would let me move out of my cramped apartment and maybe even take a vacation. Thanks, Janet. I appreciate it." She smiled and disappeared back to her corner of the office, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the small mirror that I was becoming increasingly reluctant to look at. I spent the rest of the morning avoiding reflective surfaces. This proved more difficult than expected. My computer monitor when the screen went dark, the glass front of the microwave in the break room, the polished elevator doors. Even the black surface of my phone seemed to throw back ghostly images that moved just slightly out of sync with my actions. By lunch, I'd convinced myself that stress was playing tricks on my perception. The mind, under pressure, could manufacture all sorts of impossible things. I'd read about it in college psychology courses, hallucinations brought on by sleep deprivation, anxiety, and too much caffeine. The solution was simple: eat something substantial, cut back on coffee, and focus on work. The promotion announcement would come soon. Everything would return to normal once that particular sword stopped hanging over my head. Mr. Hartwell called me into his office at 3:30 p.m. I'd been dreading and anticipating this moment for weeks, but as I walked down the carpeted hallway toward his corner office, all I could think about was the restroom mirror I'd glimpsed on my way past. In the split second I'd glanced at it, my reflection had been adjusting its tie while I walked with my hands at my sides. The adjustments were getting bolder, more obvious, as if whatever was controlling my mirror self was growing impatient with subtlety. Hartwell's office commanded a view of downtown Portland through floor-to-ceiling windows. The man himself sat behind a mahogany desk that probably cost more than my annual rent, his silver hair perfectly styled, his expression unreadable. He'd built his marketing firm from nothing over the past 30 years, and it showed in every carefully chosen detail of his environment. "David, please, sit down." I took the chair across from his desk, acutely aware of my reflection in the window behind him. The overcast afternoon had turned the glass into a mirror, and I could see myself sitting in the chair, except my reflection was leaning forward attentively while I sat back, trying to appear relaxed. "I'll get straight to the point," Hartwell continued, his voice carrying the weight of finality. "I've made my decision about the assistant marketing director position." My heart hammered against my ribs. In the window's reflection, I watched myself lean forward with eager anticipation, a movement I hadn't made. The disconnect was becoming impossible to ignore, but I forced myself to focus on Hartwell's words. "It was a difficult decision. You've done excellent work this past year, and your dedication hasn't gone unnoticed. But there was always a but." I could hear it coming in the pause that stretched between us. "However, I've decided to give the position to Michelle Torres. She's been with us longer, and her experience with the Brennan account was instrumental in their renewal." The words hit me like a physical blow. 2 years of early mornings, late nights, skipped lunches, and weekend work, all for nothing. Michelle Torres, who left exactly at 5 o'clock every day, who'd never volunteered for a difficult assignment, who'd been coasting on the Brennan account for the past 6 months. "I understand this is disappointing," Hartwell continued, though his tone suggested he understood nothing of the sort. "But I want you to know that your time will come. Keep doing what you're doing, and opportunities will present themselves." Empty promises. Corporate speak for better luck next time. I managed to nod to thank him for the opportunity, to shake his hand with what I hoped was professional grace. But as I stood to leave, I caught sight of my reflection in the window again. My mirror self was smiling. Not the polite professional smile I was maintaining for Hartwell's benefit. Something else entirely. A smile of satisfaction, as if this outcome was exactly what it had been hoping for. As if my failure was its success. I left the office in a daze, walking past Michelle's cubicle where she was already fielding congratulatory calls, past Janet, who shot me a sympathetic look, past the break room where my distorted reflection in the microwave door seemed to be laughing silently. By the time I reached my car in the parking garage, the disconnection between my actions and my reflections had become constant. Every reflective surface showed me a version of myself that moved independently, that seemed to be living a slightly different experience of the same moments, and they all looked pleased about something. The drive home through Portland's evening, traffic should have given me time to process what had happened, to plan my next move, to consider whether I should start looking for a new job. Instead, I found myself obsessing over the rear-view mirror. Every time I glanced at it, my reflection was doing something different. Adjusting the radio while I kept my hands on the steering wheel, checking a phone that I'd left in my briefcase, talking to someone I couldn't see, mouth moving in animated conversation with an invisible passenger. At a red light on Burnside, I turned to look directly into the mirror, determined to catch my reflection in its deception. For a moment, we made eye contact, me staring at my own face, my reflection staring back. Then it winked. I jerked away from the mirror so violently that I accidentally hit the horn, earning an irritated gesture from the pedestrian crossing in front of my car. The light turned green. I drove home in a state of controlled panic, avoiding the rearview mirror entirely and relying on my side mirrors, which thankfully seemed to be behaving normally. My apartment building stood on Southeast Division, a converted warehouse that someone had optimistically branded as loft-style living. The narrow hallway that led to my unit was lined with doors painted an institutional green, each marked with black numbers that had begun to peel around the edges. Unit 47 sat at the end of the hall, next to the exit sign that flickered intermittently and cast wavering shadows on the worn carpet. I fumbled with my keys, eager to get inside, to close the door on this impossible day and find some way to make sense of what was happening to me. The apartment was dark, the late afternoon overcast, having deepened into early twilight. I flipped the light switch and immediately noticed that something was wrong. The bathroom door stood open and I could see the mirror from where I stood in the entryway. Even from this distance, even in the dim light, I could see that my reflection was already there waiting for me, standing in front of the mirror, staring directly at the doorway where I stood, watching me arrive home. I approached the bathroom slowly, each step deliberate and careful, like I was approaching a wild animal that might bolt at any sudden movement. The floorboards creaked under my weight, a sound I'd heard thousands of times but which now seemed amplified, echoing off the walls with unnatural volume. As I drew closer, the details became clearer. My reflection stood with perfect posture, hands at its sides, wearing the same clothes I wore but somehow making them look more formal, more put together. Where I felt disheveled and defeated, my reflection appeared confident, composed, like it had just received good news. I stopped in the doorway, perhaps 6 feet from the mirror. My reflection remained motionless, watching me with an expression I couldn't quite read. Not hostile exactly, but not friendly either. Evaluative, like it was studying a specimen. "What do you want?" I asked, feeling foolish even as the words left my mouth. My reflection's lips didn't move, but I heard my own voice anyway, seeming to come from inside the mirror itself. "I want what you have." The voice was mine, same tone, same inflection, but carrying a weight and certainty that my actual voice had never possessed. It sounded like someone who had never experienced doubt, never been passed over for a promotion, never spent sleepless nights wondering if they were good enough. "I don't understand." "Your life," the voice continued. And now my reflection's lips moved, in perfect synchronization with the words. "Your job, your apartment, your name, your place in the world, but we're the same?" My reflection tilted its head, a gesture I hadn't made. "No, I'm the version of you that deserves better. The one who wouldn't have been passed over for the promotion. The one who would have demanded respect instead of hoping for it." I stared at this other version of myself, this confident, composed doppelganger who wore my face better than I did. "You're not real. Your stress or lack of sleep, or I'm as real as you are. More real perhaps because I'm not weighed down by your doubts and fears and pathetic gratitude for scraps." My reflection stepped closer to the mirror's surface, and I instinctively took a step back. "I've been watching you for weeks, David. watching you accept less than you deserve, watching you apologize for taking up space, watching you fail at the very things I would excel at. The bathroom suddenly felt smaller, the walls pressing in from all sides. The fluorescent light hummed louder, casting harsh shadows that seemed to move independently of their sources. "What do you want me to do about it?" I asked, though I was beginning to suspect I didn't want to hear the answer. My reflection smiled, not the knowing smirk from earlier, but something warmer, almost sympathetic. "Switch places with me. Let me live your life properly while you rest in here, in the quiet of the mirror world. No more rejections, no more disappointments, no more sleepless nights wondering if you're good enough. And if I refuse?" The smile faded. "You won't refuse, because deep down you know I'm right. You know you're tired of being you." The terrible thing was, it wasn't entirely wrong. Standing there in my cramped bathroom, reflecting on a day that had crushed 2 years of careful planning and hope, I felt the weight of my own inadequacy like a physical thing. How many more promotions would I lose? How many more times would I smile politely while someone less deserving got what I'd worked for? How? The word escaped before I could stop it. Touch the mirror. Press your palm against mine. It's that simple. I looked at my reflection's outstretched hand, palm pressed against the glass from the other side. The surface of the mirror seemed thinner somehow, less substantial, like it might give way under pressure. "You won't feel it," my reflection continued, its voice gentle now, almost hypnotic. "Just a moment of transition and then rest. Perfect, dreamless rest while I take care of everything." I raised my hand, palm outward, fingers trembling slightly. The mirror felt warm under my fingertips, warmer than glass should be. Through the surface, I could see my reflection's hand perfectly aligned with mine, separated only by what felt like a soap bubble rather than solid matter. "That's it," my reflection whispered. "Just a little pressure, just let me through." The glass began to give way, bending inward like flexible plastic. I could feel the warmth of my reflection's palm through the increasingly thin barrier, could see the determination in its eyes. My eyes, but somehow different, more focused, more alive than I felt. And then I saw something else in the mirror behind my reflection's shoulder. Other figures, dozens of them, maybe hundreds, standing in what looked like an endless bathroom lit by the same flickering fluorescent bulb. All men and women who looked vaguely familiar but wrong in ways I couldn't quite identify. They stood perfectly still, staring straight ahead with expressions of profound emptiness, like mannequins waiting for someone to arrange them into more lifelike poses. "The others," I whispered. My reflection didn't turn around, didn't acknowledge what I had seen. They're at peace. No more struggling, no more disappointment, just rest. But they didn't look at peace. They looked hollow, drained, like empty vessels that had once contained something vital and irreplaceable. I could see in their faces echoes of who they had been. A businessman's confident jaw, a teacher's kind eyes, a mother's protective stance. But all of it faded to gray uniformity, like photographs left too long in sunlight. "No." I jerked my hand back from the mirror's surface. The glass snapped back to its normal hardness with an audible pop, like a rubber band releasing tension. My reflection's expression didn't change, but something dark flickered behind its eyes. "David, you're making a mistake. Look at yourself, really. Look, is this the life you want to keep living?" I did look. At my wrinkled shirt, my tired eyes, my slumped shoulders that spoke of defeat and resignation. At the cramped apartment behind me, the job that didn't want me. The future that seemed to offer nothing but more of the same disappointment. Maybe, I said, but it's my life. My mistakes to make, my victories to earn. Your victories? My reflection laughed, and the sound was like breaking glass. What victories, David? Name one thing you've accomplished that you can be proud of. The question hit deeper than I expected. What had I accomplished? A degree that led to an entry-level job. A job that had led to a failed promotion. An apartment I could barely afford. A car that needed repairs I couldn't pay for. A social life that consisted mainly of exchanging pleasantries with Janet from accounting. But as I stood there cataloging my failures, I remembered something else. Last month, I'd stayed late to help Michelle Torres prepare for her presentation to the Brennan account, the very presentation that had just earned her my promotion. I'd done it without being asked, without expecting credit, simply because she'd seemed overwhelmed and I had the expertise to help. 3 weeks ago, I'd noticed that Janet had been coming in with bruises she tried to hide with makeup. I'd quietly left domestic violence resources on her desk, never mentioning it directly, but making sure she knew someone had noticed, someone cared. 2 days ago, I'd found Buster, my sister's golden retriever, wandering loose near the park and spent my lunch break getting him safely home, even though it meant missing a department meeting. Small things, insignificant things maybe, but they were mine. Choices I'd made not because they would benefit me, but because they felt right. I help people, I said quietly. My reflection scoffed. And where has that gotten you? It's gotten me here, standing in my own bathroom, having my own thoughts, making my own choices. I looked directly into my reflection's eyes, my eyes, but not my thoughts behind them. Even if they're the wrong choices, they're mine to make. The temperature in the bathroom seemed to drop 10 degrees. My reflection's face hardened, losing any pretense of sympathy or gentle persuasion. When it spoke again, its voice carried a cold edge that made my teeth ache. You can't run from mirrors forever, David. They're everywhere. Windows, puddles, phone screens, the surface of your coffee mug. Every reflective surface is a doorway, and I have all the time in the world. Maybe, I admitted. But right now, in this moment, I'm choosing to stay on this side of the glass. I reached for the light switch, plunging the bathroom into darkness. In the blackness, I couldn't see my reflection, couldn't see the disappointment and anger that I knew would be twisting its features into something unrecognizable. But I could hear it, my own voice distorted by rage and frustration, speaking words that seemed to come from the mirror itself. This isn't over. I left the lights off in the bathroom for 3 days. It was a temporary solution at best, I knew that. But it gave me time to think, to plan, to research. I showered in darkness, brushed my teeth by feel, avoided looking directly at any reflective surface in my apartment. The internet, it turned out, was full of stories about mirrors that showed things they shouldn't. Most were obviously fictional, creepypasta designed to generate quick scares and share counts. But buried among the obvious fabrications were accounts that felt different, more detailed, more desperate, written by people who seemed genuinely afraid rather than entertained. A woman in Seattle whose bathroom mirror showed her reflection living a different life, one where she was happily married with children. A man in Chicago who claimed his mirror self was slowly replacing all his memories with its own. A teenager in Portland like me, who insisted that mirrors were doorways to a parallel world where everyone's reflection lived independently. The Portland story intrigued me most. The poster, username Mirrorless in PDX, had written extensively about their experience in various forums, always consistent in the details, always adamant that they weren't joking or looking for attention. Their most recent post was from 6 months ago. It's been 2 years since I got rid of all the mirrors in my house. I thought I was safe. But today, I caught my reflection in a store window, and it waved at me first. It's getting stronger. I don't know how much longer I can avoid it. No posts after that. The user's account had gone dormant. I tried searching for missing persons reports in Portland, cross-referencing the timeline with mirrorless NPDX's posting history, but found nothing conclusive. Either they'd found a way to deal with their situation, or they'd made the same choice my reflection had offered me. By the fourth day, I knew I couldn't keep living in darkness. Not literally, I was starting to bump into furniture and stub my toes on table legs, but metaphorically as well. Running from the problem wasn't solving it, and I was beginning to understand that avoidance would eventually prove impossible. The world was full of reflective surfaces. I couldn't navigate modern life with my eyes perpetually downcast. Couldn't spend the rest of my existence jumping at every glimpse of glass or polished metal. I needed to understand what was happening to me, and more importantly, I needed to find a way to make it stop. The Portland Public Library's Central Branch sat downtown like a brick fortress against ignorance, its research computers providing access to databases and archives that weren't available through casual internet browsing. I spent the better part of Thursday afternoon there, following leads that grew increasingly esoteric as the day wore on. Folklore about mirrors and reflections appeared in cultures worldwide. The ancient Greeks believed mirrors could trap souls. Victorian spiritualists used them to communicate with the dead. Some Native American traditions warned against looking into still water, claiming it showed not your reflection but your shadow self, a being that knew all your thoughts and desired to replace you. That last one made me pause. Replace you. The same offer my reflection had made, phrased in nearly identical terms. I found references to mirror worlds in everything from medieval grimoires to modern physics texts discussing parallel dimensions. The specifics varied, but certain themes remained consistent. Reflections that moved independently, doppelgangers that offered to trade places, mirrors that served as doorways between worlds. Most telling of all were the warnings. Every culture that acknowledged mirror spirits seemed to agree on one point. Never make a deal with your reflection. It knows all your weaknesses, all your desires, and it will use them against you. It offers rest, but delivers emptiness. It promises improvement, but delivers replacement. And once you let it through, it becomes you, while you become nothing more than an empty reflection in its world. I left the library as the sun was setting, my head full of folklore and theoretical physics, ancient warnings and modern theories. None of it told me how to make my reflection stop trying to switch places with me, but it did confirm that I'd been right to refuse. Whatever was looking back at me from mirrors wasn't interested in helping me. It wanted to replace me entirely. The realization should have been terrifying, but instead I felt oddly relieved. At least now I understood what I was dealing with. My reflection wasn't a symptom of stress or sleep deprivation. It was something else entirely. Something that had chosen me for reasons I might never understand. But understanding the nature of the threat was the first step toward defending against it. The bathroom light switch felt unnaturally heavy under my finger. I'd been standing in the hallway for 10 minutes staring at my closed bathroom door, building up the courage to flip that switch and face whatever was waiting for me on the other side of the glass. 4 days of darkness had bought me time to research and plan, but it had also given my reflection 4 days to grow impatient. I expected anger when I finally turned on the light. What I found was worse. My reflection stood exactly where I'd left, it in the same position, wearing the same clothes. But its eyes had changed. Where before I'd seen confidence and determination, now there was something like madness. a wild intensity that made me take an involuntary step backward. 4 days, it said without preamble. 4 days in the dark while you played amateur detective. I needed to understand, you needed to accept. My reflection moved closer to the mirror's surface, close enough that its breath should have fogged the glass. Do you know what 4 days in the mirror world feels like, David? Time moves differently here. 4 days for you has been months for me, months of watching the others, of understanding what you're condemning me to. I looked past my reflection to the figures standing in the background. They seemed fewer in number now, more spread out, as if some had simply faded away entirely. The ones that remained looked even more hollow than before, their features less distinct, like pencil drawings that had been partially erased. They're disappearing, I observed. They're forgetting, my reflection corrected. Without a life to remember, memories fade, personalities dissolve, identity becomes meaningless. It pressed its palm against the glass from the other side, and I could see stress fractures spreading outward from the point of contact. Is that what you want for me? To fade away like them? The mirror began to bow inward under the pressure, the surface rippling like disturbed water. My reflection's face pushed through first, its features distorting as they pressed against the increasingly thin barrier between worlds. Let me out, David. Let me live your life properly and you can rest. Perfect, peaceful rest. The offer was more tempting than I wanted to admit. 4 days of research had shown me just how bleak my prospects really were. Even if I found another job, even if I clawed my way back to where I'd been before the failed promotion, what then? More years of mediocrity, more disappointments, more nights wondering if I was good enough to deserve better. My reflection could probably do a better job of being me than I could. But then I remembered the empty figures in the mirror world. The way they stood like discarded mannequins waiting for someone to give them purpose. Is that what would happen to me? Would I fade away like them, forgetting not just my failures, but everything that made me who I was? No, I said, stepping back from the bulging mirror. I won't trade places with you, my reflection's partially emerged face twisted with rage. Then I'll find another way through. Every mirror, every window, every reflective surface, they're all connected, David. You can't avoid them all forever. The bathroom mirror finally snapped back to its normal shape with a sound like breaking ice, but my reflection remained pressed against the surface from the other side. Its features flattened and distorted against the glass. Maybe not, I admitted. But I can try. I reached for the light switch again, but my reflection's voice stopped me. Wait. The anger was gone, replaced by something that might have been desperation. Look at me, David. Really look. I'm you. The version of you that could succeed, that could demand respect, that could be happy. Don't you want to be happy? I did look. At the confident posture, the determined expression, the way my reflection somehow made our shared features appear more attractive, more commanding. It was everything I'd ever wanted to be, everything I'd failed to become. Being happy and being you aren't the same thing, I said finally. What? You keep talking about being the better version of me, but you're not me at all. You don't remember what it felt like to spend Christmas alone because you couldn't afford to fly home. You don't know why I keep that photo of Buster on my desk or why I stayed late to help Michelle with her presentation. You see my life as a series of failures to be corrected, but you don't understand that the failures are part of who I am. My reflection stared at me through the glass, its expression unreadable. The promotion I didn't get? It stung, but it also taught me something about my own resilience. The loneliness I sometimes feel, it makes me more empathetic to others who are struggling. Even this, I gestured toward the mirror. Even being haunted by my own reflection has shown me that my life, imperfect as it is, belongs to me. Sentiment, my reflection said dismissively. You're romanticizing your failures, maybe. But they're my failures to romanticize. I turned off the light and walked away, leaving my reflection trapped in darkness once again. The next morning brought an unexpected gift. Natural sunlight streaming through my apartment windows for the first time in weeks. Portland's perpetual overcast had finally broken, revealing a sky so blue it seemed artificial, like a desktop wallpaper come to life. I made coffee, real coffee, not the instant powder I'd been relying on, and sat by the window to plan my day. The bathroom remained dark, the mirror covered by a towel I duct taped to the wall, but I could feel my reflection's presence like a weight on my shoulders. Every reflective surface in the apartment had become a potential ambush point. The black screen of my television, the chrome surface of the refrigerator, even the curved back of a soup spoon, all of them showed glimpses of movement that didn't match my own actions. My reflection was testing boundaries, probing for weaknesses, looking for a way through. I needed help. Not from a therapist or a doctor. I'd moved far beyond the realm of conventional medicine, but from someone who understood the supernatural aspects of what I was dealing with. The internet had provided folklore and historical context, but I needed practical advice from someone who'd faced similar challenges. The metaphysical shop on Hawthorne Boulevard looked exactly like what Hollywood thought an occult store should look like. Crystals in the windows, dream catchers hanging from the ceiling, and enough incense burning to trigger a smoke alarm. I'd driven past it hundreds of times over the years, always dismissing it as a tourist trap designed to separate curious visitors from their money. Today, it felt like my last hope. The proprietor was a woman in her 60s with silver hair braided down her back and the kind of penetrating gaze that suggested she'd seen stranger things than a man being stalked by his own reflection. She listened to my story without interruption, occasionally nodding as if she'd heard similar tales before. Mirror entities, she said when I finished. Not common, but not unheard of either. They're attracted to people who are dissatisfied with their lives, who spend too much time wishing they were someone else. So this is my fault? Blame isn't useful here. The entity exists regardless of how it found you. The question is, what you're going to do about it. She led me to a shelf lined with books that looked far older than the shop itself, their bindings cracked with age and handling. From one of them, she pulled a piece of paper covered in echoes from the unwired intercom. The intercom system in my new apartment hadn't worked in decades, according to Mrs. Chen from 4B. She'd mentioned it during our awkward encounter in the lobby. One of those obligatory neighbor conversations that happen when you're both checking mail and the silence becomes unbearable. Been broken since the 80s, she'd said, her voice carrying the weight of someone who'd witnessed the building's slow decline. Management keeps saying they'll fix it, but she'd shrugged, the gesture encompassing years of unfulfilled promises. I'd nodded politely, though the information seemed irrelevant. Who used intercoms anymore? My phone could connect me to anyone in the world. Why would I need to buzz someone 3 floors down? The unit itself was a relic from the building's more prosperous era. A cream-colored plastic rectangle screwed into the wall beside my front door, its surface yellowed with age and cigarette smoke from previous tenants. 2 buttons sat beneath, a metal grill, one labeled Talk, the other Listen. A small speaker, no bigger than a quarter, occupied the center of the device. During my first week in 6A, I barely noticed it. The intercom blended into the background alongside other vintage fixtures, the chain-operated ceiling fan, the radiator that clanged like a percussion section, the light switches that required genuine force to operate. Just another piece of the building's dated infrastructure. The first anomaly occurred on a Thursday evening while I was grading papers at my kitchen table. I'd been living there for exactly 10 days, still surrounded by boxes I hadn't found the motivation to unpack. The apartment felt temporary, a way station between my old life and whatever came next. A voice emerged from the intercom. Testing. Testing. Can anyone hear this? I looked up from my stack of essays, pen suspended over a particularly creative interpretation of Hamlet's soliloquy. The voice had been clear, distinct, definitely coming from the intercom speaker. Male voice, middle-aged, with a slight accent I couldn't place. I stared at the yellowed plastic rectangle. Mrs. Chen had been explicit about the system's inoperability. The building's electrical work was notorious. Outlets that sparked, light, fixtures that flickered for no reason, a buzzer system that had been disconnected years ago to prevent false alarms. "Hello?" I called out, feeling foolish for responding to what had probably been audio bleed from another apartment's television or radio. Silence. I waited several minutes, but the voice didn't return. I convinced myself I'd misheard something, perhaps a neighbor's phone conversation carrying through the thin walls or sound from the apartment below, filtered through the heating ducts. Old buildings were notorious for acoustic anomalies. The next evening I was prepared. I'd positioned myself near the intercom during the same time period, pretending to read while actually listening for any unusual sounds. My paranoia felt ridiculous, but the voice had been so clear, so present, that I couldn't dismiss it entirely. At 8:47 p.m., it happened again. "Day 6 of the installation," the voice reported. "We're making progress on the 5th floor. Should have the entire system operational by Monday." I approached the intercom slowly, as if sudden movement might scare the voice away. The plastic felt warm beneath my palm, which seemed odd given the apartment's perpetual chill. "Hello?" I said, pressing the talk button. "Who is this?" The response was immediate. "Oh, someone's there. Thank God." I thought these things were completely dead. My pulse quickened. This was definitely a two-way conversation, not some random radio transmission. The voice was coming through the intercom speaker, and somehow, impossibly, the person could hear me. "The intercom system is supposed to be broken," I said. "It's been offline for years." A pause. "Years? That's not right. We just finished installing the new units last week. Digital upgrade, state-of-the-art. You should have crystal clear communication with the front desk." "What front desk?" "Building management. 24-hour concierge service. It's part of the new luxury package." I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the apartment's temperature. The building had no concierge service, no management office beyond Mrs. Patterson's cramped apartment on the 2nd floor, where she collected rent checks and fielded complaints about broken appliances. "I think there's been some confusion," I said, carefully. "What building do you think you're in?" "The Meridian Towers, 847 Prospect Avenue, 42 units, fully renovated." "Are you saying you're not part of the new tenant orientation?" 47. Prospect Avenue was my address, but I'd never heard of the Meridian Towers. The building had no official name beyond the street number painted on its facade. And 42 units? I'd counted mailboxes in the lobby. There were 28 apartments, several of which had been vacant for months. "I'm in 6A, I said. "What's your name?" "David Chen. I'm the building's facilities coordinator. I'm calling from the main office to test the intercom network." Chen. Like Mrs. Chen from 4B, though she'd never mentioned having a husband, and certainly not one involved in building management. "Where is the main office?" I asked. "Basement level, next to the fitness center. You should have received the amenity guide in your welcome packet. The basement of my building was a maze of storage lockers and a furnace room that smelled like decades of accumulated dampness. No office, no fitness center, no amenities beyond. A coin-operated laundry room that worked sporadically. I think there's been a mistake, I said. The building I'm in doesn't have those facilities. Static filled the speaker for several seconds. When David Chen's voice returned, it carried a note of confusion. That's strange. I'm looking at the building schematic right now. 42 units, underground parking, rooftop garden. You're in 6A, northeast corner, facing the courtyard. My apartment was indeed in the northeast corner, but it faced the street, not a courtyard. The building's rear faced an alley filled with dumpsters and a chain-link fence. What year is it, I asked, though the question felt absurd. Coin 19, October 15th to be exact. Why? I was silent for a long moment. It was 2023. October 23rd. I have to go, I said and stepped away from the intercom. But I couldn't stop thinking about the conversation. David Chen had been so matter-of-fact, so certain of his reality. He described a building that shared my address but existed in a different world. One where the Meridian Towers was a luxury complex with amenities my building had never possessed. Spent the next day researching the building's history. The city's property records showed the structure had been built in 1963 as a middle-income apartment complex. No renovations were listed beyond routine maintenance and safety updates. There was no mention of the Meridian Towers name, no permits for luxury upgrades. The building's ownership had changed hands several times over the decades, but never to the kind of development company that would invest in the improvements David Chen had described. The current owner was a holding company known for purchasing declining properties and extracting maximum profit through minimal investment. That evening, I waited by the intercom again. The voice came through at exactly 8:47 p.m., day 7 of installation. David Chen reported. We're having some technical difficulties with the 6th floor. The unit seemed to be receiving signals from somewhere else. David, I said, pressing the talk button. This is 6A again. Oh, thank God. I was hoping you'd respond. We've been getting some strange interference on your line. Are you experiencing any unusual sounds or voices? The irony wasn't lost on me. You mean besides yours? Right, of course. But anything else? Other tenants have reported hearing conversations that don't match their intercom calls. Voices from different time periods, different contexts. My skin prickled. What kind of voices? Yesterday, Mrs. Patel in 3C heard someone describing a fire in the building, but there's no record of any fire. And Mr. Rodriguez in 2A keeps getting calls about a gas leak evacuation that never happened. I felt something cold settle in my stomach. David, what if the interference isn't technical? What if you're hearing voices from a different time? Static filled the speaker for nearly a minute. When David's voice returned, it was quieter, more uncertain. That's impossible. Intercom systems don't work that way. They're just electrical circuits, amplifiers, speakers. But what if they're more than that? What if they're somehow connecting different versions of the same building? Different versions. I took a deep breath. I think you're in 2019, David. I'm in 2023. We're in the same building, same address, but different timelines. The silence stretched. So long I thought the connection had been lost. Then barely audible. That's insane, is it? You described a building that doesn't exist in my time. Luxury renovations, amenities, a different name. What if the intercom system is somehow bridging the gap between what the building was supposed to become and what it actually is? But that's... He stopped. Wait, you said 2023? Yes. What happened to the renovations? The Meridian Towers project? hesitated, not wanting to shatter his reality. I don't think they ever happened, David. The building I'm in is still the same structure from the 60s. It's been slowly deteriorating for decades. The silence that followed was deafening. Over. The next week, our conversations became longer, more detailed. David described his world, a building transformed by millions of dollars in improvements, new tenants moving in daily, a waiting list for units. I described mine, a structure slowly hemorrhaging residents, management that ignored, maintenance requests, neighbors who'd lived there for decades watching their home decay around them. The parallels were eerie. In both timelines, Mrs. Chen lived in 4B, though in David's version she was married to him. In mine, she was a widow, whose husband had died years earlier. In David's world, the building had a thriving community garden on the roof. In mine, the roof was off limits due to structural concerns. We began to piece together a theory. The intercom system had been installed in both timelines, but something had gone wrong. A temporal anomaly that created a bridge between parallel versions of the same location. David's building represented what might have been. Mine showed what actually was. I've been thinking about the other voices, David said during one of our conversations. The ones the tenants are reporting. What if they're not from different time periods, but different possibilities? Different versions of the building's history? The idea was terrifying and fascinating in equal measure. If the intercom system was somehow accessing multiple timelines, then every conversation could be a glimpse into another possible reality. We need to test this, I said. Can you ask your tenants to document exactly what they're hearing? Times, voices, content already started. Mrs. Patel heard a woman crying about being evicted. Mr. Rodriguez got a call about a rent strike. And there's more. People hearing voices from the 50s, the 70s, even what sounds like the original construction crew. I began keeping detailed records of every anomalous sound in my apartment. Voices through the intercom, certainly, but also sounds that didn't quite belong. Construction noises at 3 a.m., conversations in languages I didn't recognize, even what sounded like children playing in the hallways long after the building's few families had moved out. The patterns were becoming clearer. The intercom wasn't just connecting different times, it was accessing every possible version of the building's history. Every renovation that never happened, every tragedy that was avoided, every timeline where different choices had been made. David, I said during one of our evening conversations, what if we're not just observers? What if we can influence what's happening? What do you mean? In your timeline, the building is successful, thriving. In mine, it's dying. But what if the intercom system is the key? What if it's not just showing us alternate realities, but allowing us to, I don't know, choose between them? That's impossible, is it? Think about it. The system connects different versions of the same building. Maybe it's not just a communication device. Maybe it's some kind of temporal switchboard. That night, I experimented. Instead of waiting for David's call, I pressed the talk button and spoke to the intercom directly. I want to speak to the building manager, I said. Any timeline, any version. The response came immediately, but it wasn't David's voice. It was a woman, elderly, with a Brooklyn accent. Building manager. Honey, this is 1987. I'm the super Mrs. Kowalski. You got a problem with your heat again? Mrs. Kowalski, what's the building like in your time? Like, it's a good building. Solid. We got families here, kids playing in the halls. Sure, it's not fancy, but it's home. Are there any plans for renovation? Renovation? Who's got money for renovation? We just keep it clean, keep it safe. That's enough. I spoke to Mrs. Kowalski for nearly an hour, learning about a version of the building where it had remained stable and populated throughout its existence. No luxury upgrades, but no decline either. Just a steady, livable community. The next voice I reached was different. A man from the 1970s who described the building as a haven for artists and musicians, rent-controlled and bohemian. After that, a woman from the 1990s who lived in a timeline where the building had been converted to condos, forcing out long-time residents. Each conversation revealed another possible path, another version of the building's story. And gradually, I began to understand the true nature of the intercom system. It wasn't just connecting different times, it was connecting different choices, different possibilities, different outcomes. The building existed in a state of quantum superposition, simultaneously experiencing every possible version of its history. The intercom system was the observer, the device that allowed consciousness to move between these parallel states. "David," I said during our next conversation, "I think I know what's happening. The building isn't just in multiple timelines, it's in all of them simultaneously. The intercom system lets us access different versions, but I think it's more than that. I think it's letting us choose which version becomes real. That's insane." You've been documenting the installation of a new intercom system. I've been documenting conversations with people from different time periods. What if the installation isn't just happening in your timeline? What if it's happening in all of them, creating a network that spans every possible version of the building? Static filled the speaker. When David's voice returned, it was barely a whisper. "If that's true, then what happens when the installation is complete?" I'd been dreading that question. "I think it means we have to choose. All of us. Everyone who's been hearing these voices. We have to decide which version of the building becomes the real one. And the others? I don't know. Maybe they fade away. Maybe they become dreams, memories of things that never were." The weight of that possibility was staggering. Every conversation I'd had through the intercom represented someone's entire reality, their whole world. If we were forced to choose, entire timelines would be erased. "There has to be another way," David said. "Some way to preserve them all. What if that's what the intercom system is trying to do? What if it's not forcing us to choose, but allowing all versions to coexist? Like a permanent bridge between timelines?" Exactly. But for that to work, someone would have to maintain the connection. Someone would have to stay here, keep the system running. The implications were clear. If the building was to exist in all timelines simultaneously, someone would need to serve as an anchor, a consciousness that could navigate between realities while remaining grounded in the physical structure. "David," I said slowly, "what if that someone is us? What if we're not just observers but guardians? What if the intercom system chose us to be the bridge between worlds? He paused. "That's not insane. That's terrifying." But as I considered the possibility, it felt right. The building had been calling to me since I'd moved in, drawing me deeper into its mysteries. Every conversation through the intercom had felt like a step towards something larger, something more important than my own small existence. "I want to try something," I said. "I want to see if I can access the intercom system directly, without waiting for calls." "What do you mean?" "I mean become part of it. Connect with the system itself, not just the voices it carries." "That sounds dangerous. Everything about this is dangerous. But if we don't try, we might lose everything. All the timelines, all the possibilities. The building might collapse into just one reality, and we don't know which one." I placed my hand on the intercom speaker, feeling the warmth beneath the plastic. The surface seemed to pulse with its own rhythm like a heartbeat. "I'm going to try," I said. "If something happens to me, if I stop responding, document everything. Tell whoever needs to know that the building is alive, that it exists in multiple realities, and that it needs someone to keep the connections open. Wait, don't." I pressed my palm firmly against the speaker and closed my eyes. The sensation was immediate and overwhelming. Consciousness expanded beyond the boundaries of my apartment, my body, my timeline. I was suddenly aware of the building in all its forms. Every renovation, every decay, every moment of its existence playing simultaneously. I could see Mrs. Chen in 4B, but also Mrs. Chen in dozens of other apartments, in other versions of the building where she'd made different choices, lived different lives. I could see David in his basement office, but also David as a child playing in the building's courtyard, as an old man retiring from maintenance duties, as a young man who'd never moved to the city at all. The voices came from every direction: construction workers from the 1960s, families from the 1980s, artists from the 1990s, developers from the 2000s. Every person who'd ever lived in the building, or might have lived in the building, or dreamed of living in the building. And at the center of it all, the intercom system pulsed with purpose. It wasn't just a communication device. It was the building's nervous system, its consciousness, its memory. Every wire, every circuit, every speaker was part of a vast network that held the structure's entire history in perfect balance. I understood then that the building had been waiting for someone to join with it, to become part of its eternal conversation. Not to choose between timelines, but to help maintain them all, to ensure that every possibility remained alive and accessible. The choice was mine. I could return to my single timeline, my small apartment, my limited existence. Or I could become something more, a consciousness that spanned multiple realities, a guardian of infinite possibilities. I chose to stay. The intercom in 6A works perfectly now, according to building management. Crystal clear sound, perfect reception. Sometimes tenants report hearing voices from other apartments, but that's just normal building noise. Sound carrying through walls, conversations from hallways. Mrs. Chen from 4B says she occasionally hears her late husband's voice through the system, but grief does strange things to perception. Mr. Rodriguez in 2A swears he can talk to his childhood self through the speaker, but everyone knows he's been under stress lately. The new tenant in 6A is lovely, quiet, helpful, always available when neighbors need assistance, though some people say he looks familiar, like someone they might have known in another life, from another time. And sometimes late at night, if you listen carefully to the intercom, you can hear him talking to someone, or everyone, keeping the conversations alive, maintaining the connections that bind the building together across time and space. 3. System works perfectly. It's never been more reliable, and it's always listening. The chimney whispers. When it rains, the first time I heard the whispers, I dismissed them as wind through the flue. Old houses make strange sounds, especially Victorian ones like the Blackwood estate I'd inherited from my great-aunt Millicent. The realtor had warned me about the character of the place: creaking floors, settling foundations, pipes that sang operatic arias at 3 a.m. But she'd neglected to mention the chimney's particular talent for mimicking human voices during rainstorms. I'd moved to Millfield in late September, seeking refuge from a messy divorce and a career that had imploded spectacularly. The inheritance came at the perfect moment. A sprawling house on 12 acres of overgrown countryside, far enough from civilization to guarantee privacy, close enough to town for basic necessities. The kind of place where a person could disappear from the world for a while and pieced themselves back together. The house itself was a monument to 19th century craftsmanship, all dark wood paneling and ornate moldings, with enough rooms to house a small army. Most of the furniture had been draped in dust sheets for decades, creating ghostly silhouettes in the afternoon light that filtered through heavy curtains. The master bedroom, where I'd set up temporary residence, featured an enormous stone fireplace with a chimney that stretched 3 stories to pierce the slate roof like an accusing finger. October brought the first serious rain since my arrival, not the gentle drizzle that had been falling intermittently, but a proper storm that turned the sky the color of charcoal and sent water cascading down the chimney in thin rivulets that hissed against the cold ashes in the fireplace. I was reading in the armchair I'd positioned near the hearth, trying to lose myself in a mystery novel when the sounds began. At first, just the expected noises: water dripping, wind whistling through the flue. But gradually, beneath these natural sounds, something else emerged. Soft murmuring like conversation heard through a wall. The rhythm was distinctly human. Pauses and responses, inflections that suggested questions and answers. I set down my book and listened more carefully. The sounds were coming from the chimney, definitely, but they seemed to originate somewhere far above, as if people were having a conversation on the roof, which was impossible, given the storm raging outside. Went to the window and peered up at the chimney stack. Rain lashed the glass and lightning illuminated the structure in stark relief. No one was there, of course, just the brick stack rising into the darkness, crowned with its original Victorian chimney pots. When I returned to my chair, the whispers had stopped. The next morning dawned clear and bright, with that particular clarity that follows heavy rain. I made coffee and examined the fireplace more carefully, looking for some mechanical explanation for the previous night's acoustic anomaly. The damper was partially open, which could explain wind sounds, but not the conversational quality I'd heard. The interior walls of the chimney showed decades of soot accumulation, but nothing unusual. I called the local chimney service and scheduled an inspection. If there were structural issues causing sound distortion, better to address them before winter set in properly. The chimney sweep arrived 3 days later, a wiry man named Henderson who'd been cleaning flues in the county for 40 years. He set up his equipment with practiced efficiency, donning coveralls and a respirator before disappearing up the chimney with his brushes and vacuum. When he emerged an hour later, covered in soot but grinning, he announced the chimney was in excellent condition. Best maintained flue I've seen in years, he said, packing his equipment. Your great-aunt took real good care of this place. Chimney's clean, no structural damage, draws perfect. You could light a fire tonight if you wanted. No unusual features? Nothing that might cause sounds? Henderson paused in his packing. Sounds. During the storm the other night, I thought I heard voices coming from the chimney. Probably just wind, but I wanted to rule out any issues. His expression grew thoughtful. What kind of voices? Conversation, it sounded like. Very faint, but definitely human speech patterns. Henderson was quiet for a long moment, studying the fireplace. This is the Blackwood house, he said finally. Been in your family for generations, since 1887, according to the deed. That's right, built by Edmund Blackwood for his bride. He shouldered his equipment bag. You might want to ask around town about the history. Old houses sometimes hold on to things. What kind of things? But Henderson was already heading for the door. Clean chimney, no charge for the history lesson, he called back. But maybe don't light any fires just yet. His departure left me more curious than reassured. That evening I drove into Millfield proper. A collection of Victorian houses clustered around a village green, with a few shops, a pub, and a library that looked like it had been transported whole from a Dickens novel. The librarian, A woman named Mrs. Hartwell with silver hair and intelligent eyes perked up when I mentioned the Blackwood estate. "Oh, you're Millicent's grandniece. We wondered who would inherit the place. Such a shame about Millicent. Lovely woman, though she kept to herself in later years. I'm trying to learn more about the house's history. The chimney sweep mentioned I should ask around town." Mrs. Hartwell's expression grew cautious. "What specifically would you like to know? The original owners, family history, that sort of thing, and..." I hesitated. "Any unusual stories or legends associated with the property?" She studied me for a moment, then gestured toward a corner table surrounded by local history books. "Let's sit down. This might take a while." The story she told was both romantic and tragic, the kind of tale that clings to old houses like ivy. Edmund Blackwood had been a successful merchant, wealthy enough to import stone and craftsmen from England to build his dream house. His bride, Catherine, was a young woman from Boston society, cultured and beautiful. They'd spent their honeymoon in Europe, returning to Millfield in the spring of 1888 to take up residence in their magnificent new home. But Catherine had never adjusted to rural life. She missed the city, the culture, the society she'd known. Edmund, desperate to make her happy, had hired tutors, musicians, artists, anyone who might provide the intellectual stimulation she craved. He'd even had a conservatory added to the house, filled with exotic plants and furnished with imported furniture. Nothing worked. Catherine grew increasingly despondent, spending long hours alone in her rooms, writing letters to friends in Boston that spoke of isolation and regret. By winter, she was taking long walks in dangerous weather, often returning soaked and shivering. "The chimney comes into it," Mrs. Hartwell said quietly, "because of what happened next. Catherine developed a fever that winter, pneumonia most likely. She was bedridden for weeks, delirious much of the time. But even in her delirium, she would talk to the fireplace, carrying on long conversations as if someone were answering back. Hallucinations from the fever? That's what Edmund thought. But the servants began to notice something odd. During rainstorms, when Catherine was talking to the fireplace, they could hear voices coming from the chimney. Not echoes of her voice, but other voices, responding to her. A chill ran down my spine. What did they hear? Conversations. Sometimes it sounded like Catherine was talking to her mother, who had died years earlier. Sometimes to friends from Boston. The servants swore they could hear both sides of the conversation clearly, Catherine's voice from the room and the other voices from the chimney. What happened to her? Mrs. Hartwell's expression grew sad. She died in March of 1889, just over a year after moving to the house. Edmund was devastated. He sealed the bedroom where she'd died and never remarried. When he passed away in 1923, the house went to his nephew, then down through the family line to your great-aunt. And the voices, according to local stories, they never stopped. Every generation of Blackwoods reported hearing conversations from the chimney during rainstorms. Your great-aunt was the exception. She claimed never to hear anything unusual. But then she spent very little time in the master bedroom after her husband died. I left the library with photocopies of newspaper articles about the Blackwood family and a growing sense of unease. The rational part of my mind insisted there had to be a logical explanation, acoustic properties of the chimney perhaps, or some kind of radio interference. But the rational part was being steadily overwhelmed by a growing certainty that something genuinely supernatural was occurring. That night, I moved my sleeping arrangements to a guest room on the second floor, as far from the master bedroom as possible. But distance didn't help. Around midnight, a gentle rain began to fall, and within an hour I could hear the whispers starting. They were faint but unmistakable, drifting through the house like conversations heard through water. I crept to the master bedroom and pressed my ear to the door. The sounds were definitely coming from inside, from the direction of the fireplace. Taking a deep breath, I opened the door and stepped inside. The whispers stopped immediately, as if my presence had interrupted something private. I stood in the darkness, listening to nothing but rain on the windows and the distant drip of water down the chimney. But the air felt charged, expectant, like a theater moment before the curtain rises. I approached the fireplace slowly. The opening yawned black and empty, but something about it seemed different. Not threatening exactly, but aware, as if the chimney itself was watching, waiting. "Catherine?" I whispered, feeling foolish but unable to stop myself. The response was immediate and unmistakable. A woman's voice, soft and cultured with the accent of 19th century Boston society. "Who's there?" My knees nearly gave out. The voice was coming from somewhere high up in the chimney, as if the speaker were standing on the roof and calling down. But it was too clear, too present to be a trick of acoustics. "My name is Sarah," I managed. "Sarah Morrison. I'm living in your house now." "My house?" A pause. "Yes, I suppose it is still my house, isn't it? Though it's been so long since..."
Anyone could hear me. How long, I'm not certain. Time moves strangely here.
"Sometimes it feels like yesterday, sometimes like centuries. Are you family?" "Great-grandniece." "Through Millicent." "Millicent." The voice brightened considerably. "Dear Millicent. She lived here for so many years, but she could never hear me." I called to her often, especially after Harold died. I thought she might need the company. Tears pricked my eyes. Millicent had been widowed young and spent 40 years alone in this house, unaware that a lonely spirit had been trying to comfort her. "Why can I hear you when she couldn't?" "I don't know." "Perhaps it's because you're also alone?" Sadness calls to sadness, loneliness to loneliness. The chimney carries more than smoke, you know. It carries resonance. We talked for 2 hours until the rain stopped, and Catherine's voice faded with it. She told me about her life, her marriage to Edmund, her homesickness and isolation, but she also spoke of the years after death, of watching over the house and its inhabitants, of trying to comfort the lonely and the grieving. "The chimney is a conduit," she explained. "When the rain falls, it completes a circuit somehow. I can speak to the living world, and sometimes others can speak through me. Others, the dead who have connections to this place, family members mostly. Your great-aunt's husband Harold comes through sometimes. He's been waiting to tell Millicent he's all right, that dying didn't hurt as much as she feared." That revelation broke something open in my chest. I'd known Harold and Millicent briefly as a child. They'd seemed devoted to each other, and his sudden heart attack had devastated her. Can you still reach him? When the conditions are right? Yes. But Sarah, you must understand this is not something to be taken lightly. The chimney doesn't just carry voices. It carries emotions, memories, sometimes even intentions. Not everyone who speaks through it means well. As if summoned by her warning, a new voice emerged from the depths of the chimney. Male, harsh, with an accent I couldn't place. "Who dares disturb our rest?" Catherine's voice came urgently. "Don't respond to that one, Sarah. Some spirits are angry, confused. They're drawn to the living world but don't remember how to exist in it peacefully." The harsh voice grew louder. The house is ours. The living have no place here. I stepped back from the fireplace, but the voice seemed to follow me. We know you're there, girl. We can smell your fear, taste your loneliness. You don't belong here. Leave now before enough. Catherine's voice cut through the malevolent whisper like a blade. This is my house, my chimney. You will not threaten those under my protection. The angry voice snarled once more, then faded. The room fell silent except for the diminishing rain. I'm sorry, Catherine said softly. Some spirits are damaged by their passing. They remember only pain and want to share it. But I won't let them harm you. How many are there? I don't know. The chimney seems to attract the restless dead from miles around. Most are harmless, lonely souls seeking connection. But some, she paused, some died violently or lived lives of cruelty. The chimney doesn't discriminate. It amplifies whatever is strongest in a spirit's nature. Over the following weeks, I established a routine of evening conversations with Catherine. She became my guide to the spirit world that existed parallel to my own, teaching me to distinguish between benevolent and malevolent voices, showing me how to protect myself from the angry dead. The benevolent spirits were a revelation. Harold did indeed come through frequently, sharing messages of love for Millicent and details about their life together that only she would recognize. Other family members appeared as well, distant relatives with stories about the house's early days, childhood memories of visits to the estate, connections to a family history I'd never known. But the malevolent spirits grew stronger and more persistent. They seemed drawn by my presence, my ability to hear them. Night after night, they would emerge from the chimney's depths with threats and curses, trying to drive me from the house. They feed on fear, Catherine explained during one particularly difficult evening. The more frightened you become, the more power they gain in this world. You must learn to shield yourself, to maintain emotional barriers. How? Focus on love, on connection, on all the reasons you want to stay here. The positive emotions create a kind of protective field around you. They can't penetrate it easily. I practiced her techniques, learning to wrap myself in memories of happiness and hope when the dark voices began their assault. It worked mostly, but the constant vigilance was exhausting. I began to understand why previous residents of the house had eventually moved away, unable to cope with the supernatural pressure. But I also began to understand something else. The house needed a protector, someone who could maintain the balance between the living and the dead. Catherine had been trying to fulfill that role for over a century, but her power was limited by her disembodied state. She needed a living partner, someone who could anchor her influence in the physical world. The chimney is more than a conduit, she told me one night. It's a gateway, a thin place between worlds. In the right hands, it could be used to help spirits find peace, to resolve unfinished business, to heal the wounds that keep them trapped between life and death. What would that require? Commitment, understanding, the willingness to serve as a bridge between worlds. It's not a decision to make lightly. Once you fully open yourself to the chimney's power, you become part of it, part of the house itself. The choice crystallized during a particularly violent storm in early November. The malevolent spirits had been growing bolder, their voices carrying further into the house, disturbing my sleep even in distant rooms. That night they mounted what felt like a coordinated assault. I woke to find my bedroom filled with whispers, not just from the chimney now, but from the walls themselves. Angry voices speaking in languages I didn't recognize, promising violence and madness. The temperature had dropped so drastically I could see my breath, and frost was forming on the windows despite the house's heating system. I stumbled toward the master bedroom, knowing instinctively that Catherine would be strongest there. But the hallway seemed to stretch endlessly, and doors that had been closed were now standing open, revealing rooms filled with shadows that moved independently of any light source. The voices grew louder as I approached the master bedroom. "Turn back. This house is ours. The living have no place among us." I pushed open the bedroom door and found the fireplace ablaze with cold, blue flames that gave no warmth. The whispers were deafening now, overlapping and contradictory, a cacophony of the restless dead. "Catherine," I called. Her voice came faintly, nearly overwhelmed by the others. "I'm here, Sarah, but I can't hold them back much longer. They're too strong, too many. What do I do? The choice is yours. Leave now, and they'll probably let you go. Stay, and you must commit fully. Become part of the house, part of the balance. Help me guard the gateway." The malevolent voices seemed to sense her words. "Yes, run. Flee like all the others. Leave us to our darkness." But something in their triumph sparked defiance in me. This house, this chimney, this responsibility. It felt like something I'd been moving toward my entire life without knowing it. The failed marriage, the collapsed career, the inheritance that had come at the perfect moment. All of it had led to this choice. "I'm staying," I said firmly. The effect was immediate. The cold flames in the fireplace flared brighter, but their nature changed. The blue fire became warm, welcoming, protective. The whispers of the malevolent spirits grew fainter, pushed back by a force I could feel building around me. "Then take my hand," Catherine said, and I felt spectral fingers touch mine. "Let me show you how to use the chimney's power." What followed was the most extraordinary experience of my life. Consciousness expanded beyond the boundaries of my physical form, stretching up through the chimney and out into the night. I could sense every spirit within miles, the lonely, the lost, the angry, the confused. But I could also sense their needs, their unfinished business, the wounds that kept them tethered to the physical world. With Catherine's guidance, I learned to sort them, to offer comfort to the sorrowful, direction to the lost, and firm boundaries to the malevolent. The chimney became an extension of my will, a tool for maintaining balance between the world of the living and the realm of the dead. The malevolent spirits retreated, not banished but contained, held in check by the protective barrier Catherine and I had created together. The benevolent spirits remained, but their presence became gentler, less intrusive. They spoke only when spoken to, offered help only when asked. "It's not permanent," Catherine warned as dawn broke and the connection began to fade. "The balance must be maintained actively, consciously. Every storm will test your resolve. Every night will require vigilance." I understand. And there's something else. The deeper you go into this work, the more you'll change. Not immediately, but gradually. You'll become less connected to the ordinary world, more attuned to the spiritual realm. Eventually, you may find it difficult to leave the house for extended periods. I considered this warning carefully. But what did I have to leave for? The city held only failure and disappointment. Here, I had purpose, connection, a role that felt more meaningful than anything I'd ever done. "I'm staying," I said again. 6 months have passed since that night. I've settled into a routine that would seem strange to most people, but feels perfectly natural to me. Days are spent maintaining the house, reading, corresponding with the few family members who remember I exist. But nights belong to the chimney, and its constant stream of visitors from beyond. I've learned to help spirits resolve their unfinished business, delivering messages to living relatives, providing comfort to the guilty, offering guidance to the confused. The malevolent spirits still appear during storms, but they no longer threaten me directly. They know I'm under Catherine's protection, and more importantly, they know I belong here now. The changes Catherine warned about have indeed begun. I rarely feel the urge to leave the property, and when I do venture into town, the ordinary world seems muted, less real somehow. My reflection looks the same, but there's something different in my eyes, a depth that wasn't there before, as if I'm seeing multiple layers of reality simultaneously. I don't mind. The isolation that once drove me to despair has been replaced by constant, meaningful connection. Through the chimney, I speak with the dead from across centuries, help them find peace, and occasionally serve as a conduit for messages between the living and those they've lost. Mrs. Hartwell from the library visited last month, bringing tea and expressing concern about my hermit-like existence. While we talked in the parlor, she kept glancing toward the master bedroom. "Do you ever hear them?" she asked finally. "The voices people talk about?" "Sometimes," I admitted. "And it doesn't frighten you?" I thought about Catherine's gentle presence, about Harold's messages of love for his deceased wife, about the dozens of spirits I'd helped find peace over the past months. "No," I said. "It's not frightening. It's necessary." She nodded as if she understood. "Your great-aunt said something similar near the end. She claimed she could finally hear them, that someone was teaching her to listen." My heart skipped. Catherine? She never said a name, but she seemed comforted by it, less lonely. Mrs. Hartwell smiled. "I'm glad the house has found another protector. It's been waiting so long for someone who could hear its voice." After she left, I sat by the fireplace and waited for evening. As darkness fell and the first drops of rain began to patter against the windows, Catherine's voice emerged from the chimney. "You did well today," she said. Mrs. Hartwell has always been sensitive to the spiritual realm, even if she doesn't admit it. She knows you belong here. Was it you who helped Millicent learn to listen at the end? Yes. She was dying, and the veil was growing thin for her. I thought she should know she wasn't alone, that Harold was waiting for her. I smiled, imagining my great-aunt's final days made less lonely by supernatural companionship. Thank you for that. Thank you for staying, for choosing this responsibility. The house has been so much more peaceful since you arrived. As if to contradict her words, a new voice emerged from the depths of the chimney, young, female, speaking with a modern accent. "Hello? Is someone there? I'm so scared. I don't know where I am." I exchanged a glance with the fireplace, though of course Catherine couldn't see it. "Another lost one," she said softly. "Will you help her?" I positioned myself closer to the chimney opening. "Hello," I called gently. "My name is Sarah. You're safe here. Can you tell me your name?" The work continues. Every night brings new voices, new stories, new opportunities to bridge the gap between life and death. The chimney whispers when it rains, but it also whispers hope, comfort, and the promise that no one, living or dead, has to face eternity alone. I am the guardian now, the protector of the thin places, the one who maintains the balance. The Tawi house has claimed me as surely as it claimed Catherine over a century ago, but unlike her, I chose this fate willingly, with full knowledge of what it would cost and what it would give in return. The chimney whispers when it rains, and I whisper back. The conversation between worlds continues, and I am its faithful translator, its willing servant, its living anchor in a house that exists as much in the realm of the dead as in the world of the living, and I have never been less alone. The Blackwood house still stands on its 12 acres outside Millfield, though it's been empty for some time now. The current owner, according to county records, is a woman named Sarah Morrison, who inherited the property several years ago. But no one in town has seen her for months, though lights still appear in the windows at night and smoke sometimes rises from the chimney during storms. Mrs. Hartwell from the library occasionally drives by to check on the place. She claims the house looks well maintained, as if someone is still caring for it. But when she's knocked on the door, no one answers, though she swears she can hear voices coming from somewhere inside. Soft conversations that stop the moment. She steps onto the porch. The chimney sweep, Henderson, retired last year. He tells anyone who will listen that some houses choose their own caretakers, and the Blackwood place made its choice long ago. The house protects its own, he says. Always has. And there's different kinds of protection for different times. On rainy nights, neighbors report hearing voices from the direction of the old estate. Not troubling voices, but comforting ones, like old friends catching up after a long separation. The sounds carry on the wind, mixing with the whisper of rain on leaves, and the eternal conversation between the living and the dead. The chimney still whispers when it rains. And somewhere in the depths of the old house, someone is always listening, always ready to help bridge the gap between worlds, always willing to ensure that no soul, living or dead, faces the darkness alone. The guest book. Had my name first. Should have turned around the moment I saw my own handwriting in the bed and breakfast guest book, dated 3 days before I'd ever heard of Millbrook House. But you don't expect to find your signature in a stranger's registry written in your own careful script beneath a glowing review that mentioned details you couldn't possibly have known. The particular creak of the fourth stair, the way the morning light caught the dust motes in the library, the taste of Mrs. Henley's blackberry scones, still warm from the oven, all written in my hand, all describing experiences I'd never had. First, time here? Mrs. Henley asked, appearing beside me with the silent efficiency that seemed characteristic of bed and breakfast proprietors everywhere. She was exactly what Central Casting would order for the role. Silver hair in a neat bun, flour-dusted apron, and the kind of knowing smile that suggested she'd seen every type of guest imaginable. I pointed to the entry in the leather-bound book, my finger trembling slightly. This signature. It looks like mine. She leaned over my shoulder, her reading glasses catching the late afternoon light streaming through the foyer windows. The scent of vanilla and cinnamon clung to her like perfume, probably from whatever she'd been baking in the kitchen. Oh, that's lovely, isn't it? Such a thoughtful review. She smiled warmly. Funny coincidence about the name, though. David Chen. That's you, isn't it? Yes, but I've never been here before. Of course not, dear. You've only just arrived. Her tone suggested that my confusion was perfectly normal, perhaps even charming. People often feel like they've been somewhere before, especially in old houses, like this one. We call it déjà vu. But this wasn't déjà vu. This was my handwriting, the distinctive way I formed my lowercase g, the slight backward slant that had frustrated my third-grade teacher, the habit of dotting my I's with tiny circles instead of dots, details that no one could replicate without studying my writing extensively. The date, I said, running my finger along the entry. This is from Tuesday. Today is Friday. Mrs. Henley adjusted her glasses and peered at the page more closely. Tuesday, the 15th. Yes, that's right. She looked up at me with mild confusion. Is there a problem, dear? I booked this room on Wednesday. I couldn't have been here on Tuesday. Well, she said with the patient tone of someone accustomed to confused travelers. Perhaps there was a mix-up with the dates. These things happen. She closed the guest book gently, as if the conversation was settled. Would you like me to show you to your room? You must be tired from the drive. I wanted to argue, to demand she reopen the book, to call attention to the impossibility of what I'd seen. Instead, I found myself nodding, following her up the narrow staircase toward the second floor. The fourth step creaked exactly as my doppelganger had described. Millbrook House perched on a hillside outside the small town of Cedar Falls, Oregon, surrounded by old-growth fir trees that blocked most of the autumn sunlight. I'd found it through a last-minute booking app, desperate for somewhere to spend the weekend after my apartment's heating system had died, and my landlord had promised repairs sometime next week. The Victorian house had been converted into a bed and breakfast sometime in the 1990s, according to the website, though it retained most of its original character. Hardwood floors that gleamed with decades of polish, wallpaper and subtle florals that probably cost more per roll than I spent on groceries in a month. Windows with wavy glass that distorted the view of the forest beyond. My room, the Rosewood Suite, occupied the front corner of the second floor, with windows facing both the driveway and the garden. Mrs. Henley unlocked the door with an actual key attached to a brass tag shaped like a rose, then stepped aside to let me enter first. Dinner is served from 6 to 8 in the dining room, she said, handing me the key. Breakfast is from 7 to 9.
If you need anything at all, just pick up the phone and dial 0. She departed with the same silent efficiency with which she'd appeared, leaving me alone in a room that felt uncomfortably familiar. Not familiar in the vague déjà vu sense that Mrs. Henley had suggested. Familiar in the specific, detailed way that comes from having spent considerable time in a place. I knew without looking that the bathroom door would stick slightly when opening. I knew the radiator beneath the window would make a clicking sound when the heat came on. I knew the floorboard beside the bed would groan if stepped on wrong. Knowledge I shouldn't have possessed. I set my overnight bag on the bed, a massive 4-poster draped in burgundy velvet, and tried to rationalize what I'd experienced. Coincidence seemed impossible, but the alternatives were worse. Had someone been impersonating me? Had I somehow blacked out and driven here without remembering? The questions chased each other in circles until I realized I was accomplishing nothing by standing in the middle of the room, paralyzed by confusion. I needed air, needed to move, needed to think clearly about what was happening. The forest paths behind Millbrook House were well maintained, marked with small wooden signs that indicated distances and difficulty levels. I chose the easiest route, a mile-long loop through the fir trees, hoping that physical activity would help organize my thoughts. The October air carried the sharp scent of decomposing leaves and the distant smoke from someone's fireplace. My wee footsteps crunched softly on the packed earth trail, occasionally interrupted by the rustle of small animals moving through the underbrush. It was exactly the kind of peaceful, meditative environment I'd been hoping for when I booked the room. Except I kept getting the unsettling feeling that I'd walked this exact path before. Not just similar trails in other forests. This specific route with its particular combination of fallen logs and moss-covered boulders. I knew that around the next bend, the path would split at a massive Douglas fir with a hollow at its base. I knew that the trail marker indicating the halfway point would be slightly crooked, tilted to the left by decades of weather, and I was right on both counts. By the time I completed the loop and returned to Millbrook House, the sun had dropped behind the tree line, casting long shadows across the property.
Golden light spilled from the windows, making the Victorian house look like something from a fairy tale, the kind where travelers find more than they bargained for. Other guests had arrived while I was walking. I could hear voices from the parlor, the clink of glasses, the kind of polite conversation that characterized interactions between strangers forced into temporary proximity. Part of me wanted to join them, to surround myself with normal people having normal conversations, but a larger part dreaded what I might discover. What if one of them recognized me? What if I'd somehow met them before, during a visit I couldn't remember? I slipped upstairs to my room, planning to hide until dinner, but found something waiting on my bed that made my blood turn to ice water. A leather journal, bound with a ribbon, lay on the burgundy coverlet. The cover was unmarked, but when I opened it, I found page after page of entries written in my own handwriting. Not similar to my handwriting, identical to it, down to the smallest details of letter formation and spacing. The entries were dated, over the past 6 months, describing visits to Millbrook House that I'd never made. Spring visits when the garden was in bloom. Summer visits when the forest trails were thick with undergrowth. Fall visits like this one, when the leaves painted the hillsides in brilliant reds and golds. Each entry was rich with sensory detail, describing experiences with the vivid immediacy of lived memory. The taste of Mrs. Henley's cooking, conversations with other guests whose names I didn't recognize, long walks through the forest, quiet evenings in the library, peaceful mornings watching sunrise through the Rosewood Suites windows, all written in my hand, all describing a life I'd never lived. Flipped to the most recent entry, dated that morning. The new guest will arrive this evening. He looks like me, sounds like me, even has the same name. But he doesn't belong here the way I do. Millbrook House has been my refuge for months now, the only place where I feel truly at peace. I won't let him take that away from me. Mrs. Henley says there's room for both of us, but she's wrong. There can only be one David Chen, and I was here first. My hands shook as I read the words, written in handwriting that was unmistakably my own, but expressing thoughts I'd never had. Thoughts that suggested I wasn't alone in the room, that somewhere in this house was another version of myself, one who considered Millbrook House his territory. A soft knock at the door made me jump. I closed the journal quickly, shoving it under one of the bed pillows. "Come in." Mrs. Henley entered carrying a tea service on a silver tray, the china cups rattling slightly as she set it down on the room's small table. "I thought you might like some chamomile before dinner. You seemed a bit unsettled earlier." "Thank you," I managed. "That's very thoughtful." She poured the tea with practiced efficiency, adding honey without asking if I wanted it. Somehow she knew I preferred my tea sweetened. Old houses like this one can be overwhelming for first-time visitors. So much history in the walls, so many stories. What kind of stories? Oh, the usual things. Previous owners, long-term guests, family dramas. She handed me a delicate cup that was almost too hot to hold. The Millbrooks built this house in 1887, lived here for 3 generations before selling it to the state. It was empty for nearly 20 years before we bought it and converted it 20 years. That's a long time for a house to sit empty. Yes, well, there were some unfortunate incidents toward the end. The last Millbrook, Edward, I believe, became something of a recluse. Neighbors said he talked to people who weren't there, insisted. He was sharing the house with family members who'd died decades earlier. She settled into the room's armchair, clearly prepared for a longer conversation. Mental illness, most likely, though people in those days preferred more colorful explanations. What kind of explanations? Ghosts, naturally. Cedar Falls is a small town, People love their ghost stories. She sipped her tea thoughtfully. Though I must say, in all the years we've run this place, we've never had any supernatural experiences. Just the occasional guest who swears they've been here before. The word sent a chill down my spine. Does that happen often? More often than you'd think. Usually people who are going through difficult times looking for some kind of escape or refuge. They'll insist they have memories of staying here, sometimes quite detailed ones. She looked at me with kindly eyes. Are you going through a difficult time, David? The question hit closer to home than I cared to admit. The past few months had been brutal. A breakup that had ended my 5-year relationship. A job that was slowly crushing my soul. The growing sense that I was sleepwalking through a life that didn't really belong to me. I suppose I am, I said, quietly. Well, that's what Millbrook House is for. A place to rest, to think, to figure out what comes next. She stood, smoothing her apron. Dinner in an hour if you're feeling up to it. If not, I can bring you a tray. She left me alone with my tea and my thoughts, neither of which provided much comfort. The journal remained hidden under the pillow, its presence as heavy as a loaded gun. I wanted to read more, to understand what I was dealing with, but I also feared what I might discover. Instead, I focused on the immediate problem, dinner with the other guests. If there really was another version of me in this house, I'd likely encounter him in the dining room. The thought made my hands shake, but avoiding the situation wouldn't make it go away. I needed to know what I was dealing with. The dining room occupied the back of the house, its tall windows overlooking the forest that pressed close against the building. 5 other guests were already seated when I arrived, making polite conversation over soup courses that smelled of butternut squash and sage. None of them looked like me. I felt the tension leave my shoulders as Mrs. Henley guided me to an empty chair at the long oak table. Whatever was happening at Millbrook House, it apparently didn't involve a physical doppelganger sharing meals with the other guests. Everyone, this is David Chen, Mrs. Henley announced. He's staying in the Rosewood Suite. The introductions that followed were pleasantly normal. Margaret and Tom, a retired couple from Seattle celebrating their anniversary. Sarah, a solo traveler working on a novel about pioneer women. James, a photographer documenting historic buildings throughout Oregon. Lisa, a teacher taking advantage of a long weekend to explore the region. Ordinary people on ordinary trips, none of whom showed any sign of recognizing me. The conversation flowed easily as Mrs. Henley served the main course, herb-crusted salmon, with roasted vegetables that tasted like autumn itself. James showed photos from his documentation project. Sarah discussed her research into women's experiences on the Oregon Trail. Margaret and Tom shared stories from 40 years of marriage and travel. For the first time since arriving at Millbrook House, I began to relax. Whatever strange coincidences I'd encountered, the guestbook signature, the familiar feelings, the journal, they weren't affecting my interactions with other people. I was still myself, still capable of normal social connections. David, you mentioned you're from Portland, Lisa said as Mrs. Henley cleared the dinner plates. What brings you out to Cedar Falls? Just needed to get away for the weekend. My apartment's having some work done. The lie came easily, more palatable than the truth about needing to escape my own life. I found this place online and it looked perfect. It really is, Sarah agreed. Though I have to admit I keep feeling like I've been here before. Déjà vu, I suppose. That's interesting, Margaret said. Tom and I were just saying the same thing earlier. Something about this place feels familiar. The architecture probably, James suggested. Victorians follow pretty standard layouts. You've probably stayed in similar places. But as the conversation continued, it became clear that we'd all experienced the same unsettling familiarity with Millbrook House. Not just the architecture, specific details that shouldn't have been shared knowledge. The way the library door stuck slightly when opening, the particular pattern of morning light in the front parlor, the sound the house made as it settled in the evening. Details we all somehow knew despite being first-time visitors. Mrs. Henley returned with dessert, individual blackberry cobblers that were still bubbling from the oven, and seemed pleased by our animated discussion. It's wonderful when guests connect like this. Millbrook House has a way of bringing together people who need to find each other. Have you noticed that we all seem familiar with the house? Lisa asked. Even though none of us have been here before. Oh yes, that happens quite often. Old houses hold on to memories, I think. Previous guests leave something of themselves behind, and new guests pick up on those traces. Mrs. Henley's explanation sounded practiced, like she'd given it many times before. It's part of what makes this place special. After dinner, the group migrated to the library, a cozy room lined with books and furnished with leather chairs that invited long evenings of reading. James set up his laptop to show more photographs. Sarah pulled out a notebook to jot down ideas for her novel. Margaret and Tom settled into a corner with a chess set they'd found on one of the shelves. I excused myself after an hour, claiming fatigue from the drive, but really needing time alone to process what I'd learned. If all the guests were experiencing the same false familiarity with Millbrook House, then whatever was happening wasn't specific to me. But the journal in my room suggested otherwise. That had been personal, targeted, written in my exact handwriting. I climbed the stairs to the second floor, noting again how the fourth step creaked in exactly the way my doppelganger had described. The hallway was dimly lit by antique sconces that cast wavering shadows on the floral wallpaper. Other guest rooms were behind some of the doors, but the corridor felt empty, as if I were the only person on this floor. The rosewood suite key turned easily in the lock, and I slipped inside, grateful to be alone with my thoughts. The room felt different somehow, not threatening but expectant, as if it had been waiting for my return. The journal was no longer under the pillow where I'd hidden it. I searched the entire suite, looking under furniture, in the wardrobe, even in the bathroom cabinet. The leather-bound book had vanished completely, leaving me to wonder if I'd imagined the whole thing. Had stress finally pushed me over the edge into hallucination? But then I found the new entry, written on Millbrook House stationery, and left. On the nightstand beside the bed, he seemed normal at dinner. Laughed at the right moments, asked appropriate questions, blended in perfectly with the other guests. But I could see the confusion in his eyes, the way he kept looking around the room as if trying to solve a puzzle. He doesn't understand yet that this is where he belongs, where we belong. Millbrook House calls to people like us, people who are lost, who need a place to restart, who are looking for a better version of themselves. Tomorrow I'll help him understand. Tomorrow we'll talk properly, without the buffer of other people's conversations. I think he'll be relieved to know he's not alone. David, the handwriting was unmistakably mine, but the words felt foreign, written by someone who knew things about me that I didn't know about myself. Someone who understood my dissatisfaction with my life, my longing for something different, my secret wish that I could simply disappear and start over somewhere else. Someone who claimed to be helping me. I folded the note carefully and placed it in my wallet, then double-checked that the door was locked. If there really was another version of me in this house, and the evidence was becoming harder to dismiss, I needed to be prepared for whatever form our eventual meeting might take. Sleep seemed unlikely, but I changed into my pajamas and climbed into the four-poster bed anyway. The mattress was exactly the right firmness, the pillows perfectly arranged, the room temperature ideal for sleeping. Everything was comfortable, familiar, welcoming, too welcoming perhaps. As I lay in the darkness listening to the house settle, around me I couldn't shake the feeling that Millbrook House was trying to seduce me, to make me feel so at home that I'd never want to leave. Like it had done to Edward Millbrook, the recluse who'd talk to people who weren't there. Like it might be doing to all the guests who felt mysteriously familiar with a place they'd never visited. The radiator beneath the window began its clicking routine right on schedule. Somewhere, in the walls, water moved through old pipes with a sound like whispered conversations. The house breathed around me, settling into its nighttime rhythms with the contentment of an organism returning to rest. And just as I was drifting off to sleep, I heard footsteps in the hallway outside my door. Slow, deliberate footsteps that paused directly outside the Rosewood suite. I held my breath, listening to the sound of someone standing just beyond the threshold, not moving, not trying the door handle, just waiting. The silence stretched for what felt like hours but was probably only minutes. Then so softly I almost missed it. A voice that sounded exactly like mine. "Sleep well, David. Tomorrow we have so much to discuss." The footsteps moved away, fading into the deeper silence of the house at rest. I didn't sleep at all. Morning came with the sound of birds and the smell of coffee brewing somewhere below. Pale sunlight filtered through the Rosewood Suite's windows, transforming the room from the mysterious chamber of the night before into a perfectly normal bed and breakfast accommodation. But normal was the last thing I felt as I dressed and prepared to face whatever the day might bring. Another note waited on the breakfast tray outside my door. The morning walk through the forest is particularly beautiful at this time of year. I'll meet you at the trailhead behind the house at 9 o'clock. Come alone. This time, the handwriting was hurried, less careful than my usual script, as if written quickly or under stress, but still unmistakably mine. I ate breakfast in my room, perfectly prepared eggs Benedict with hollandaise that tasted like something from a 5-star restaurant, and tried to decide whether meeting my doppelganger was brave or stupid. The rational part of my mind insisted this was all an elaborate hoax, that someone was playing an incredibly sophisticated practical joke. But a deeper instinct whispered that I was dealing with something far stranger and more dangerous. At 8:45, I made my decision. The other guests were finishing breakfast in the dining room as I passed through, their cheerful morning conversations a sharp contrast to my growing anxiety. Mrs. Henley waved from the kitchen doorway, flour already dusting, her apron as she prepared for the day's baking. "Off for another walk, dear? Such a lovely morning for it." "Yes," I managed. "The forest paths are beautiful. Be careful on the trails. Some of them can be tricky, especially if you're not familiar with the area." But I was familiar with the area, wasn't I? I'd only walked the main loop once, yet I felt confident navigating the network of paths that crisscrossed the hillside behind Millbrook House. Another piece of impossible knowledge that I couldn't explain. The trailhead was empty when I arrived, just a wooden sign, marking the beginning of the path I'd taken the previous evening. I checked my watch, 8:58. If my mysterious correspondent was planning to show up, he'd be here soon. The forest was alive with morning sounds, bird calls, rustling leaves, the distant trickle of water moving over rocks. Shafts of sunlight penetrated the canopy, illuminating patches of ferns and moss with an almost ethereal glow. It was the kind of scene that would normally fill me with peace and wonder. Instead, I felt like prey waiting for a predator. "You came." The voice came from behind me. identical to my own but carrying an undertone of satisfaction that I'd never heard in my own speech. I turned slowly, not sure what I expected to see. He looked exactly like me. Not similar, exactly identical. Same height, same build, same face down to the smallest details. Even the same clothes, as if he'd studied my wardrobe and matched it perfectly. The only difference was in his expression, which carried a confidence and contentment that I'd never possessed. "Don't be afraid," he said, raising his hands in a peaceful gesture. "I know this is confusing, but I can explain everything. I struggled to find words for the impossibility standing in front of me. "How is this possible?" "Millbrook House," he said simply. "It's not like other places, David. It exists at a crossroads, a place where different possibilities intersect, different versions of the same life." He gestured toward a fallen log that formed a natural bench beside the trail. "Sit with me. Let me show you something." Every instinct screamed at me to run, but curiosity was stronger than fear. I perched on the edge of the log, maintaining enough distance to bolt if necessary. My doppelganger, for lack of a better term, settled beside me with the easy grace of someone completely comfortable in his own skin. When he spoke, his voice carried the warmth of someone sharing good news with a friend. "6 months ago, I was exactly where you are now. Dissatisfied with my life, feeling trapped by choices I'd made, desperate for something different. I found Millbrook House the same way you did, a last-minute booking when I needed to escape, and I discovered that escape was possible. Not just from the weekend or the week, but from the entire life that wasn't working." He pulled out a familiar leather journal, the one that had disappeared from my room. "This documents my transformation. Every visit, every realization, every step toward becoming who I was meant to be." I wanted to dismiss his words as the ramblings of someone having a psychotic break, but the evidence was harder to ignore. He was sitting here, apparently real. Apparently me, claiming to have lived at Millbrook House for months. "The other guests," I said. "They're experiencing the same thing. False memories. Familiarity with a place they've never been. Not false memories. Alternative memories. Each guest who comes to Millbrook House is at a crossroads in their life, looking for something different. The house shows them possibilities, glimpses of lives they could have lived, choices they could have made, and you chose to stay. I chose to become." He opened the journal to a page near the beginning, showing me an entry dated 6 months earlier. The handwriting was shakier, less confident, more like my own current style. "Read this." The entry described arriving at Millbrook House for the first time, experiencing the same confusion and false familiarity that I'd felt. But it also described something else, a growing sense of peace, of rightness, as if the writer had finally found where he belonged. "Mrs. Henley helped me understand," he continued. "Millbrook House doesn't just provide escape, it provides transformation. The person who arrived here 6 months ago was incomplete, unfulfilled, living a life that didn't fit. The person I've become is who that original David was meant to be." "What happened to him? To you? To..." I struggled with the pronouns. "What happened to the original?" His smile was gentle, almost pitying. "There was no original, David. There's just the possibility of becoming complete. The David who lived in Portland, who hated his job, who felt like he was sleepwalking through life. That was just one potential version. I'm another. And you could be a third. I don't understand. You don't have to understand. You just have to choose." He closed the journal and extended it toward me. "You can go back to Portland on Sunday. Return to your apartment, your job, your half-lived life, or you can stay here, at Millbrook House, and become who you were meant to be. The offer was tempting in ways I hadn't expected. The past 24 hours at Millbrook House had been the most peaceful I'd felt in months, despite the strange occurrences. The house itself seemed to welcome me, to offer sanctuary from a world that had never quite felt like home. But something about my doppelganger's perfected confidence bothered me. He was too smooth, too certain, like a salesman who'd rehearsed every possible objection. "What's the catch?" I asked. "No catch, just choice. Stay and become complete, or leave and remain forever incomplete. And if I stay, what happens to my life in Portland? My job? My apartment? My friends? What friends?" The question was gentle but pointed. What job that brings you joy? What apartment that feels like home rather than just a place to sleep? He was right, of course. My life in Portland was a collection of obligations and disappointments held together by inertia rather than purpose. But it was still my life, such as it was. I need time to think. Of course. Take all the time you need. He stood, brushing leaves from his pants. But remember, Millbrook House won't wait forever. The opportunity for transformation is finite. He walked away down the trail, moving with the confident stride of someone who knew exactly where he belonged. I watched until he disappeared around a bend, then sat alone on the fallen log trying to process what I'd learned. If he was telling the truth, and the evidence was becoming harder to dismiss, then Millbrook House was some kind of nexus point where different versions of the same life could intersect. The David I'd just met had chosen to abandon his original existence and become something new, something more fulfilled. The question was whether I was prepared to make the same choice. I spent the rest of the morning exploring the forest trails, trying to clear my head and think through my options rationally. But rational thought seemed impossible in a place where impossible things kept happening. Every path I took felt familiar, as if I'd walked it dozens of times before. I knew which trails would loop back to the house and which would dead end at scenic overlooks. I knew where to find the small waterfall that tumbled over moss-covered rocks, creating a natural pool perfect for reflection. Knowledge I shouldn't have possessed, but which felt as natural as breathing. By the time I returned to Millbrook House, for lunch I'd reached a disturbing conclusion. Whether or not I consciously chose to stay, part of me was already becoming integrated with this place. The false memories were growing stronger, more detailed, more emotionally resonant than my actual experiences in Portland. The other guests were gathered in the dining room, sharing a meal of hearty vegetable soup and fresh bread. Their conversation was animated, almost giddy, as if they'd all reached some important realization. "David!" Sarah called out as I joined them. Perfect timing. We were just discussing the most amazing thing. "Oh?" "We've been comparing notes," Margaret explained, her eyes bright with excitement. "All of us have been having the same experience, dreams about staying here, memories of conversations we've never had, knowledge of this place that we shouldn't possess. And we've decided," Tom added, "that it's not coincidence. Millbrook House is special. It's calling to all of us for a reason." Lisa nodded enthusiastically. "Mrs. Henley says it happens sometimes. People who are meant to be here, who need what this place offers, find their way here when they're ready." "Ready for what?" I asked, though I suspected I already knew the answer. "Transformation," James said quietly. "The chance to become who we were always meant to be." The word sent a chill down my spine. It was the same term my doppelganger had used, the same concept. that Mrs. Henley had hinted at with her talk of people finding refuge and new beginnings. Has anyone else? I paused, unsure how to phrase the question. Has anyone else met another version of themselves? The silence that followed was telling. They all exchanged glances, the kind of looks that passed between people sharing a secret too strange to discuss openly. Not exactly, Sarah said finally. But I've been having dreams. Dreams where I'm still here at Millbrook House, but as someone different. Someone more confident, more sure of herself. I've seen her too, Margaret whispered. The woman I could have been if I'd made different choices. She lives here now, in the room we're staying in. She's been waiting for me to join her. One by one, they shared similar stories, alternative versions of themselves glimpsed in dreams, in reflections, in quiet moments when the boundary between reality and possibility seemed thin. All of them described the same choice I'd been offered. Stay and become complete, or leave and remain forever unfulfilled. Mrs. Henley says the decision has to be made by checkout time on Sunday, Lisa explained. After that, the opportunity closes until we find our way back again. And what have you decided? I asked. We're staying, Tom said simply. All of us. Millbrook House is offering us something we can't find anywhere else. The chance to live the lives we were meant to live. The unanimous decision should have comforted me, should have validated the growing pull I felt toward remaining at Millbrook House. Instead, it filled me with unease. How convenient that all 6 guests had reached the same conclusion independently. How perfectly their stories aligned with each other and with my own experience. How much it all sounded like a carefully orchestrated seduction. I excused myself from lunch early, claiming a headache, and retreated to the library. The room was empty, afternoon sunlight streaming through tall windows to illuminate thousands of books that seemed to have been collected over decades. I pulled a volume at random from the shelves, a history of Oregon's early settlements, and settled into one of the leather chairs. But the words swam on the page, my mind too agitated to focus on reading. Instead, I found myself studying the other books, looking for clues about Millbrook House's history and the family that had built it. Most of the collection seemed normal, classics, popular fiction, reference books accumulated by generations of readers. But tucked between volumes of poetry and philosophy, I found a slim journal bound in cracked leather. Unlike the books around it, this one showed obvious signs of recent use. The first entry was dated 15 years earlier. Mrs. Henley says I'm the first guest to decline the house's offer. She seems disappointed but not surprised. Some people aren't ready, she told me. Some people choose the difficult path of remaining incomplete. But I know what I saw in the mirror upstairs. The other version of myself, the one who had chosen to stay, was hollow. Peaceful, yes, but empty in a way that frightened me more than any earthly unhappiness. I'm leaving tomorrow morning. Whatever Millbrook House is offering, it's not transformation. It's replacement. The entries that followed were written by different hands, different guests who had apparently stumbled across the hidden journal and added their own experiences. Most were brief, urgent warnings written by people who had chosen to leave rather than stay. The other guests all seem hypnotized, convinced they've found paradise. But I keep wondering, where are the people who stayed? If transformation is so wonderful, why don't we meet them? Why do they remain invisible? My doppelganger showed me a life of perfect contentment, but when I looked closely, I could see it was artificial. Like a photograph of happiness rather than the real thing. Mrs. Henley isn't what she seems. I caught her reflection in the kitchen window, and it was someone else entirely, someone younger wearing clothes from decades past. Run. Don't look back. Don't let them convince you that incomplete is worse than empty. The final entry was recent, dated just 2 weeks earlier. I thought I was the only one who could see the truth, but this journal proves I'm not alone. Others have recognized the trap for what it is. Millbrook House doesn't offer transformation, it offers absorption. The people who stay don't become better versions of themselves. They become fuel for something that feeds him while my doppelganger eats breakfast at 3 a.m. The first time I saw myself eating cereal in the kitchen at 3 in the morning, I assumed I was sleepwalking. I'd been under tremendous stress at work, the kind of pressure that makes your brain do strange things, create false memories, blur the lines between sleeping and waking, standing in the hallway in my underwear, watching my exact double methodically spoon Lucky Charms into his mouth while reading yesterday's newspaper seemed like the logical endpoint of months of insomnia and anxiety. I rubbed my eyes, certain the hallucination would dissolve. Instead, my doppelganger looked up from the sports section and made direct eye contact. "You're up early," he said, his voice identical to mine down to the slight rasp I got when I hadn't had enough sleep. I opened my mouth to respond, but no sound emerged. My throat had constricted with terror so complete it felt like drowning in air. The thing wearing my face smiled. My smile, the lopsided grin I'd inherited from my father, and returned to his cereal. I stumbled backward, hit the wall, and fled to my bedroom. Under the covers, heart hammering against my ribs, I waited for dawn and tried to convince myself I'd experienced some kind of particularly vivid night terror, stress-induced psychosis, a neurological episode, anything but the impossible reality of another version of myself sitting in my kitchen, eating my food, reading my newspaper. When morning came, I found the evidence, a bowl in the sink, still damp. The newspaper folded differently than I'd left it. A spoon on the counter that should have been in the drawer. I called in sick to work and spent the day researching doppelganger phenomena, sleep disorders, anything that might explain what I'd witnessed. The internet offered plenty of theories, parallel, dimensions bleeding through, psychological fractures, supernatural encounters, but nothing that felt remotely scientific or comforting. That night I set up my phone to record the kitchen. If I was having episodes, I needed documentation. If something else was happening, well, I needed documentation for that too. I woke at 2:47 a.m. to the sound of cabinet doors opening and closing. The recording was still running. Heart pounding, I crept to the hallway and peered around the corner. There he was again. Same height, same build, same unruly brown hair that stuck up in the back no matter how much product I used. He was making coffee this time, moving through my kitchen with the casual familiarity of someone who belonged there. When he opened the cabinet to retrieve a mug, he selected the blue one with the chip on the handle. My favorite, the one I always reached for first. "Couldn't sleep again?" he asked without turning around. This time I managed to speak. "What are you? What am I?" He laughed, and the sound was eerily perfect. My laugh, with the slight snort at the end that I'd always been self-conscious about. "I'm you, obviously. Or, rather, I'm who you are when you're not paying attention. That doesn't make sense, doesn't it?" He turned to face me, coffee mug in hand. In the harsh fluorescent light of the kitchen, the resemblance was absolute. Every freckle, every line, the symmetry of my face reflected back at me with disturbing precision. Think about it, David. How much of your life do you actually remember? How many hours pass in a blur of routine, automatic behavior, unconscious action? I stared at him, trying to process his words. "You're saying you're..." "What? My unconscious mind? I'm the part of you that brushes your teeth while thinking about tomorrow's meeting. The part that drives to work on autopilot while your conscious mind worries about bills or relationships or whatever existential crisis is consuming you that week. He sipped his coffee, my coffee, and studied me with eyes that were disturbingly knowing. I'm the you that exists when you're not really present, but you're here now. Separate from me, am I? His smile grew wider, more unsettling. Or are you just finally paying attention? I wanted to argue, to demand better explanations, but exhaustion overwhelmed me. My body felt heavy, disconnected, as if I were viewing the scene through thick glass. The kitchen seemed to blur at the edges, reality becoming negotiable. Go back to bed, David, my doppelganger said gently. We'll talk more tomorrow. When I woke the next morning, the phone's recording showed only an empty kitchen. 8 hours of footage, nothing moving except shadows cast by passing cars. But the blue mug sat in the sink, and the coffee pot was half empty. I began staying awake deliberately, fighting sleep with caffeine and willpower, determined to catch him in the act. But the harder I tried to remain conscious, the more my grip on reality seemed to slip. I'd find myself standing in rooms with no memory of walking there, discover half-eaten meals I didn't remember preparing, notice that items in my apartment had been rearranged in subtle ways. The doppelganger appeared with increasing frequency. Sometimes I glimpsed him in peripheral vision, sitting on my couch watching television, standing at the bathroom mirror, brushing his teeth, folding laundry with mechanical precision. When I turned to look directly, he was usually gone, but the evidence of his presence remained. You're losing time, he told me during one of our kitchen encounters. Hours every day where you're physically present but mentally absent. Driving without remembering the route, eating without tasting the food, showering while your mind replays conversations from work. That's when I exist, in those gaps between conscious moments. But why can I see you now? Because the gaps are getting bigger. You're checking out more often, staying absent longer. Eventually, there won't be much difference between your conscious and unconscious states. He stirred sugar into his coffee with the same clockwise pattern I always used. The question is, which one of us is real? The question haunted me. I started documenting everything. What I ate, where I went, what I did, trying to create an unbroken chain of conscious memory. But the documentation revealed disturbing gaps. Hours missing from my day with no explanation. Appointments I didn't remember making. Conversations with coworkers about projects I had no recollection of starting. My productivity at work actually improved during this period, which was perhaps the most unsettling development of all. My supervisor praised my recent focus, my attention to detail, my consistent output, but I felt like a passenger in my own life watching someone else perform my job with competence I didn't remember possessing. You should be grateful, the doppelganger told me one night. I'm handling all the tedious parts of your existence, the mindless tasks, the repetitive routines, the social interactions that don't require genuine engagement. I'm freeing you to focus on what really matters. What if I don't want to be freed? Then why do you keep disappearing? I couldn't answer that, sir. The truth was I had been checking out of my life for years, going through motions without genuine engagement, existing on autopilot while my mind wandered to more interesting places. Work, relationships, daily maintenance of living, all of. It had become background noise to the constant internal dialogue of worry and distraction. But seeing that absence personified, given form and consciousness, was terrifying in ways I couldn't articulate. I tried sleeping pills, hoping to force a normal sleep schedule and break whatever cycle was allowing my doppelganger to manifest. Instead, I woke to find myself in the kitchen at 3 a.m., mechanically eating cereal while my conscious mind watched from somewhere deep inside my skull. I was the passenger now. The doppelganger was driving. "This is temporary," I heard myself say, though I wasn't controlling my voice. "You're fighting the natural order. Consciousness isn't meant to be constant. It's exhausting, inefficient. Let me handle the routine, and you can emerge when genuine attention is required." I tried to speak, to move, to assert control over my own body, but I was trapped in my own head, watching my hands perform familiar actions without my direction. The cereal tasted like nothing. The newspaper's words registered as shapes without meaning. After what felt like hours, control returned to me gradually. First the ability to blink, then to move my fingers, finally to stand and stumble back to bed. But the experience had changed something fundamental. I now knew with certainty that my consciousness wasn't as singular or stable as I'd always assumed. The next day I called in sick and made an emergency appointment with a psychiatrist. Dr. Rebecca Marsh was a middle-aged woman with kind eyes and a calm demeanor that made confession feel safe. "Dissociative episodes can be triggered by severe stress," she explained after I'd described my experiences. "The mind sometimes creates alternate personalities or personas to handle overwhelming situations. It's a coping mechanism, though not a healthy one. But I can see him. He's separate from me." Visual hallucinations are also possible during severe, dissociative states. Your mind is essentially creating a projection of your unconscious behaviors and giving them independent existence. "So he's not real?" Dr. Marsh hesitated. "Reality is complicated when we're discussing psychological phenomena. He's real to you, and that reality is having genuine effects on your life. Whether he exists independently is less important than understanding why your mind has created him." She prescribed medication and scheduled regular therapy sessions. The pills helped with anxiety but didn't eliminate the sightings entirely. The doppelganger appeared less frequently but with greater intensity when he did manifest. "She doesn't understand," he told me during one kitchen encounter. "She thinks I'm a symptom to be suppressed rather than a natural evolution. You're trying to hold on to an outdated model of consciousness, single, unified, constant awareness. But that's not how minds actually work. The pills help. The pills suppress. They don't solve anything." He set down his coffee mug with slightly more force than necessary. "You're still losing time, still checking out, still living on autopilot. The medication just makes you less aware of it." I had to admit he was right. The anxiety was more manageable, but the underlying problem remained. I still found myself going through motions without genuine engagement, still discovered evidence of activities I didn't remember performing. "What do you want from me?" I asked. "Integration," he said simply. "Stop fighting me. Accept that I'm part of you, the part that handles routine so you can focus on what matters. We don't have to be enemies. But if I let you, if I accept this, what happens to me? Nothing happens to you. You become more efficient, more functional. You stop wasting conscious energy on unconscious tasks." He leaned forward, his expression earnest. "Think about it. When was the last time you truly enjoyed brushing your teeth? When did you last find genuine satisfaction in commuting to work or paying bills, or any of the 1,000 small tasks that fill your days? I can handle all of that. Free you to be present for things that actually matter." The offer was seductive in a way that frightened me. How much of my life was indeed mindless routine? How many hours did I spend in a state of partial presence, going through motions while my real attention was elsewhere? "There have to be boundaries," I said finally. "Of course. You maintain control during important moments, conversations with friends, creative work, genuine decision-making. I handle the maintenance tasks, the autopilot hours, the times when your body is present,
but your mind is already somewhere else. We worked out an arrangement over several weeks. I would deliberately hand over control during specific routine activities, showering, commuting, household chores, while maintaining awareness during social interactions and meaningful tasks. It felt strange at first, like scheduling time, to be unconscious, but the results were undeniable. My stress levels dropped significantly. Tasks I'd been dreading, cleaning, grocery shopping, administrative work, got completed efficiently without mental effort on my part. I found myself more present during conversations, more focused during creative projects, more engaged with life's genuinely important moments. Dr. Marsh was skeptical when I described the improvement. Dissociation isn't typically something you want to encourage, she warned. Even if it feels helpful in the short term, it can lead to more serious problems with identity and memory. But it's controlled now. Scheduled. I'm not losing time randomly anymore. The fact that you're describing it as scheduling time with another personality is concerning. David. This suggests the dissociation is becoming more structured, more permanent. I stopped describing the arrangement to her after that, though I continued taking the medication and attending sessions. The truth was, life had become significantly more manageable. Work performance remained high, but without the constant mental exhaustion I'd experienced before. Relationships improved because I was more present when presence mattered. The doppelganger and I settled into a comfortable routine. He handled mornings, showering, breakfast, commute, while I took over at the office for tasks requiring genuine thought. He managed grocery shopping and household maintenance while I remained present for phone calls with family and evenings with friends. It wasn't perfect. Sometimes the transitions were jarring, and occasionally I'd find myself wondering what had happened during the gaps. But overall, the arrangement felt sustainable, even beneficial. This is how consciousness should work, he told me one night as he prepared his ritual 3 a.m. snack. Not constant vigilance, but appropriate attention. Awareness when awareness matters. Automation when automation serves. Do you think other people have this? Arrangements like ours? Everyone dissociates, he said. Most people just don't notice it happening. They sleepwalk through their routines without recognizing the gap between intent and action. We've just made the process conscious, collaborative. That conversation stayed with me. I began observing others more carefully, looking for signs of the kind of absent presence I'd experienced. The results were disturbing. Almost everyone seemed to spend significant portions of their day in states of partial awareness, going through motions without genuine engagement, responding to conversations while clearly thinking about something else. But I was the only one I knew who'd made peace with this divided existence. Others seemed to struggle against their automatic behaviors, fighting to maintain constant consciousness, even during mundane tasks. They appeared exhausted by the effort. 6 months into our arrangement, I made a discovery that changed everything. I'd been reviewing old photos on my phone, looking for images to share with a friend when I noticed something odd. In several pictures taken at social gatherings over the past year, I could see myself in the background, but the expression on my face wasn't one I remembered wearing. In one photo from an office party, I was standing near the punch bowl with a vacant, pleasant smile that looked wrong somehow. Not unhappy, but not genuinely present either. In another, taken at a friend's birthday celebration, I was captured mid-conversation with someone I didn't remember talking to, wearing an expression of polite attention that felt foreign. I realized that my doppelganger hadn't just been handling routine tasks. He'd been taking over during social situations too, performing a version of me that was more socially appropriate but less authentic. People prefer the automated version, he explained when I confronted him about it.
I'm better at small talk, more consistent in social responses. I don't get distracted by internal monologue during conversations. But those aren't really my conversations then. Does it matter? The social functions are fulfilled, relationships are maintained, obligations are met. Isn't that what matters? No, I said, surprising myself with the firmness of my response. It's not what matters. Being present, really present, is what matters. Even if I'm awkward or distracted or less socially smooth, he regarded me with something that might have been disappointment. You're choosing inefficiency over effectiveness. I'm choosing authenticity over automation. And when that becomes unsustainable, when the demands of consciousness become too much again, I didn't have an answer for that. But I knew I needed to reclaim the social aspects of my life, even if it meant struggling with presence during routine tasks. The renegotiation was harder than I'd expected. My doppelganger had become more sophisticated during our months of collaboration, more nuanced in his mimicry of my personality. Distinguishing between his responses and my genuine reactions required constant vigilance. Dr. Marsh noticed the change immediately. "You seem more present lately," she observed during one session, "but also more anxious. I'm trying to be more authentic in social situations, less automated." That's generally positive, though the increased anxiety is concerning. Are the dissociative episodes becoming more frequent again? Not exactly. They're more negotiated now. I couldn't explain the full situation without sounding delusional, but I was beginning to understand that my arrangement with the doppelganger had deeper implications than I'd initially realized. By automating so much of my existence, I'd lost touch with important aspects of my own personality. The breakthrough came during a conversation with my sister, Emily, who called while I was consciously present for once. "You've been different lately," she said. "More like yourself, if that makes sense. For the past year or so you felt, I don't know, scripted? Like you were saying what you thought I wanted to hear rather than what you actually thought. Have I seemed unhappy? Not unhappy exactly. Just absent. Like you were going through the motions of being my brother without actually being there." Her observation crystallized something I'd been struggling to articulate. The doppelganger wasn't just handling routine tasks. He was performing a version of my life that was more palatable but less real. And people close to me had noticed the difference. That night, I waited in the kitchen for the usual 3 a.m. encounter. "We need to end this," I told him when he appeared. "Because your sister noticed something?" "Because I noticed something. I'm losing myself in the automation. Important parts of who I am are being edited out in favor of efficiency. And you prefer struggle to smoothness? I prefer authentic struggle to inauthentic smoothness. Yes." He set down his coffee mug and studied me with an expression I couldn't read. "You understand that ending our arrangement means returning to the previous chaos? The anxiety, the exhaustion, the constant battle to remain present during mundane tasks?" "Yes." "And you understand that I'm not going away? I'm part of how your mind works. The part that handles routine when conscious attention isn't available. The only difference will be that you'll stop noticing when I take over." That gave me pause. "You're saying dissociation will continue, but unconsciously?" "I'm saying consciousness isn't binary. There are degrees of presence, levels of awareness. You can choose to pay attention to the transitions, or you can let them happen naturally, but they're going to happen regardless. Then I choose to pay attention." He nodded slowly. "That's probably wise. More difficult, but wise." The transition back to unified consciousness was gradual and challenging. I had to relearn how to maintain awareness during boring tasks, how to stay present during small talk, how to engage authentically even when I didn't feel like engaging at all. The anxiety returned, but it felt different now, more manageable because it was genuinely mine. I still caught myself going through motions automatically, but I noticed when it happened and could choose to become present again. The doppelganger still appears occasionally, usually during periods of high stress or when I'm particularly tired. But our relationship has changed. Instead of negotiating timeshares of consciousness, I treat his appearances as warnings that I'm checking out too much, losing presence in my own life. "You're doing better," Dr. Marsh observed during our most recent session. "The integration seems more stable now." Integration? Learning to accept the different aspects of your personality without fragmenting them into separate entities. It's a sign of psychological health. I smiled, thinking of my midnight kitchen companion. I suppose you could call it integration. The truth is more complex than Dr. Marsh's clinical explanation, but not necessarily more troubling. I've learned that consciousness isn't the unified, constant state I'd always assumed. It's more like a radio frequency that occasionally drifts, requiring adjustment to maintain clear reception. The doppelganger taught me something important about the nature of presence and absence in daily life. While I chose authenticity over automation, I also gained appreciation for the mind's ability to handle routine efficiently when full attention isn't required. I still find evidence of his presence sometimes. A bowl in the sink I don't remember using. Tasks completed without conscious memory of doing them. But these gaps feel less threatening now that I understand them as natural fluctuations in awareness, rather than evidence of fractured identity. Last week, I woke at 3 a.m. and found myself automatically walking toward the kitchen. Instead of fighting the impulse, I let it happen, curious to experience the transition from his perspective. I found myself sitting at the table with a bowl of cereal, moving through the familiar motions while my conscious mind observed from somewhere nearby. It wasn't unpleasant, more like watching a skilled actor perform a role I'd written for them. When awareness returned fully, I felt oddly refreshed, as if I'd been given a brief vacation from the exhausting work of constant consciousness. "Thank you," I said aloud to the empty kitchen. The response came not as an external voice, but as a thought that felt distinctly not my own. "You're welcome. See you when you need a break." I finished the cereal myself, washed the bowl, and returned to bed. For the first time in months, I slept without anxiety, secure in the knowledge that all aspects of myself, conscious and unconscious, present and absent, authentic and automated, were finally working in harmony. The doppelganger still eats breakfast at 3 a.m. sometimes, but now I understand that he's not a separate entity to be feared or controlled. He's simply the part of me that handles life's maintenance tasks when my conscious mind needs to rest. And sometimes, that's exactly what I need. Dr. Rebecca Marsh's notes on patient D1847, filed 6 months after treatment conclusion. Subject showed remarkable improvement in managing dissociative episodes through what he described as negotiated consciousness. While unconventional, his approach of acknowledging and working with rather than suppressing dissociative states appeared therapeutically effective. Final assessment: stable integration of personality aspects, reduced anxiety, improved social functioning. Subject reported feeling more himself than he had in years. No recommendation for continued treatment at this time. Note: subject's description of his experiences often used language suggesting literal belief in a separate personality entity. However,
Behavioral improvements suggest healthy psychological adaptation regardless of the underlying interpretive framework. Sometimes the patient's metaphor for their experience is less important than their ability to function within it. Someone keeps locking me in. He moved into the Belmont Arms on a Tuesday in October, when the maple trees outside had turned the color of dried blood, and the air carried that particular autumn smell of decay, disguised as beauty. The building manager, Mrs. Chen, walked me through the narrow hallways with their faded burgundy carpet and brass fixtures that had gone green with age. She spoke in clipped sentences about rent and utilities, her keys jangling like wind chimes with each step. "Quiet building," she said, stopping at 4B. "Most tenants have been here years. You'll like the piece." The apartment was small but adequate, a studio with high ceilings and 2 tall windows that faced the courtyard. What sold me was the privacy. After 18 months of living with roommates who left dishes in the sink and played music at all hours, the prospect of complete solitude felt like salvation. I signed the lease that afternoon. I should have asked about the previous tenant. The first week passed without incident. I arranged my few possessions, books, a desk, a bed, kitchen essentials, and settled into the rhythm of urban anonymity. The building was indeed quiet, almost eerily so. I heard occasional footsteps in the hallway, the distant hum of elevators, the muffled sound of televisions through thin walls, but mostly silence. It was the second Monday when I first noticed the door. I had been working late on my laptop, grading papers for the community college where I taught part-time composition classes. The work was mind-numbing but necessary. Student loans don't forgive themselves. Around midnight, I decided to check my mailbox before bed. I locked my apartment door, as I always did, slipping the key into my jacket pocket. The mailbox held only a credit card offer and a circular for a pizza place I'd never order from. When I returned to the 4th floor, I found my door standing slightly ajar. I stopped in the hallway, my heart performing an irregular rhythm against my ribs. The door was open perhaps an inch, enough to see a sliver of darkness beyond. I was certain, absolutely certain, that I had locked it. The key was still in my pocket, solid and real against my palm. I pushed the door open slowly, expecting to find signs of break-in, but everything appeared untouched. My laptop sat closed on the desk where I'd left it. My jacket hung on the back of the chair. The windows were latched from the inside. Stress, I told myself. The move, the new job, the general upheaval of starting over in a new city. Memory could be unreliable under such circumstances. Perhaps I had forgotten to turn the deadbolt completely, but I knew I had locked the door. The next morning I tested the lock mechanism thoroughly. It worked smoothly, clicking into place with a satisfying finality. I made a mental note to be more careful, to double-check my habits. Living alone required vigilance. 2 days later, it happened again. This time, I had gone to the laundry room in the basement, carrying a basket of clothes and my keys. The basement felt different from the rest of the building. Lower ceilings, flickering fluorescent lights, the persistent smell of detergent and dampness. I was alone down there, feeding quarters into the washing machine, when I heard something that made me freeze. Footsteps, directly above me, in my apartment. The sound was unmistakable, the creak of floorboards under weight, the particular groan my floor made near the windows. Someone was walking around my apartment. I left the clothes and ran up 4 flights of stairs, my pulse hammering in my ears. The hallway was empty, silent. My door was closed but unlocked. The deadbolt turned to the open position. Inside, nothing had been disturbed. No signs of entry,
No missing items, no evidence that anyone had been there at all. But the air felt different somehow, warmer, as if it had been recently occupied by another person's breathing. I called the building manager. "Mrs. Chen, this is Sarah from 4B. I think someone has been in my apartment." Someone? Her voice carried the weight of decades dealing with tenant complaints. "You see someone?" "No. But twice now I've come back to find my door unlocked. And today I heard footsteps inside while I was in the basement." A pause. "You check your lock?" "Sometimes. New tenants, they don't turn it all the way." I checked. "The lock works fine. But someone is getting in. I come look tomorrow." "You have friends stay tonight?" I didn't have friends in the city yet. I had chosen this place precisely because I wanted to be alone, to disappear into anonymity and rebuild myself after the disaster of my previous life. The irony wasn't lost on me. "I'll be fine," I said. "Just please come tomorrow." That night I pushed my desk chair against the door and tried to sleep. Every sound in the building seemed amplified. The settling of old wood, the whisper of pipes, the distant hum of traffic. I dozed fitfully, waking several times to check the door to make sure the chair was still in place. Mrs. Chen arrived the next afternoon with a maintenance man named Jorge. They examined the lock, the door frame, the hinges. Jorge was thorough, testing the mechanism multiple times, checking for scratches or signs of tampering. "Lock is good," he said finally. "No damage. Works perfect." Mrs. Chen looked at me with the expression of someone who had seen many young women lose their grip on reality in the isolation of city living. "Maybe you forget sometimes. Happens to everyone, I'm not forgetting." My voice came out sharper than I intended. "Someone is getting into my apartment." "We change locks," Jorge offered. "Make you feel better." They changed the locks that day, installing a new deadbolt and giving me 2 new keys. I felt a measure of relief as I tested the mechanism, feeling the solid click of metal against metal. This would solve the problem. This would keep whoever it was out. But that night something else happened. I was reading in bed, trying to lose myself in someone else's story, when I heard the sound of a key turning in a lock. Not my lock. I would have recognized that particular sound. This was different, more distant, as if coming from another room. But I lived in a studio apartment. There was only one room. The sound came again, followed by the soft creak of a door opening. I sat up in bed, straining to listen, but heard nothing more. The building was old. Perhaps the sound had traveled from another apartment, echoing through walls and pipes in the way that old buildings sometimes do. I told myself this as I checked my door, finding it locked and secure, the chair still positioned against it. I told myself this as I searched the apartment, looking in the closet, under the bed, behind the shower curtain. I told myself this as I returned to bed and lay awake until dawn. The following evening, I decided to be methodical about the problem. I set up my laptop to record video of the door while I left the apartment. If someone was entering, I would have proof. I went to the grocery store, deliberately taking longer than necessary, wandering the aisles to kill time. When I returned an hour later, I found my door unlocked again. But this time something was different. The apartment smelled like coffee, not the stale smell of old coffee, but the rich, dark aroma of a fresh pot. I don't drink coffee. The caffeine makes me anxious. And I didn't own a coffee maker. Yet the smell was unmistakable, filling the small space with its warmth. I checked the laptop immediately. The video showed me leaving the apartment, locking the door behind me. For the next 57 minutes, nothing happened. The door remained closed, the hallway empty. Then, at minute 58, I appeared again, returning from the store. There was no record of anyone entering the apartment. Yet the smell of coffee lingered for hours, even after I opened the windows and turned on the small fan. I began to question my own sanity. The rational part of my mind, the part that had earned a master's degree in English literature, that taught critical thinking to college students, insisted there had to be a logical explanation. Gas leaks could cause hallucinations. Carbon monoxide could affect memory and perception. Stress could manifest in countless ways. But the irrational part, the part that had always been sensitive to things others couldn't see or feel, whispered that something else was happening here. Something that couldn't be explained by faulty locks or compromised mental health. I researched the building's history, spending hours in the public library scrolling through newspaper archives and property records. The Belmont Arms had been built in 1923, a modest apartment building designed for working-class families. Nothing unusual in its past, no fires, no murders, no tragedies that might leave a psychic residue. But I did find something interesting in the recent records. The previous tenant of 4B had been named David Chen, no relation to the building manager despite the shared surname. He had lived in the apartment for 6 years before moving out abruptly in August, just 2 months before I moved in. The property, records showed no forwarding address. I tried to learn more about David Chen, but the trail went cold quickly. No social media presence, no online footprint beyond the most basic property records. It was as if he had simply vanished. The incidents continued. Every few days I would return to find my door unlocked. The apartment subtly changed in ways I couldn't quite define. Sometimes it was a smell, coffee. Sometimes the faint scent of cigarette smoke, though smoking was prohibited in the building. Sometimes it was the temperature, the apartment feeling warmer or cooler than it should be. Once, I found a single coffee cup in the sink, clean and dry, though I was certain it hadn't been there that morning. I began documenting everything in a notebook, recording times, dates, and details. The pattern was irregular but persistent. Whoever was doing this had access to my apartment, but they left no trace, no evidence that would convince anyone else of their presence. The isolation was beginning to affect me. I found myself avoiding social situations, declining invitations from colleagues to grab drinks after work. I couldn't explain what was happening without sounding paranoid or unstable. How do you tell someone that your apartment is being visited by a ghost who drinks coffee and unlocks doors? Because that's what I had begun to believe. Despite my rational mind's protests, despite years of education and skepticism, I was starting to accept that something supernatural was happening in 4B. The breakthrough came on a Thursday night in November. I had been lying in bed, not sleeping, but not quite awake, when I heard the familiar sound of a key in the lock. This time, instead of hiding under the covers or pretending to sleep, I got up silently and crept toward the door. The apartment was dark except for the pale glow from the streetlights outside. I pressed my ear to the door and listened. Nothing. But then, as I watched, the deadbolt slowly turned from the lock to the unlocked position. I yanked the door open. The hallway was empty, but I could smell cigarette smoke. Fresh smoke, as if someone had just stubbed out a cigarette. I looked down and saw something that made my blood turn to ice water. Wet footprints on the carpet, not dripping wet, but damp, as if someone had walked through rain or snow and left. Faint impressions of their shoes. The prints led from my door to the stairwell at the end of the hall. I followed them, my bare feet silent on the burgundy carpet. The prints were clear for the first few feet,
then grew fainter until they disappeared entirely near the stairs. I stood there in my pajamas, shivering in the hallway, staring at the evidence of someone who had just been there but was now gone. The next morning, I called in sick to work and went to the building manager's office. Mrs. Chen was behind her desk, sorting through a stack of maintenance requests. "I need to know about the previous tenant in 4B, I said without preamble. She looked up, her expression guarded. "What about him?" "David Chen. What happened to him? Why did he leave?" Mrs. Chen set down her papers and studied me for a long moment. "Why you want to know?" "Because someone is still getting into my apartment. Someone who has keys, who knows the building, who knows how to get in and out without being seen." Her face softened slightly. "You think David still has keys?" "I think David never left." The words hung in the air between us. Mrs. Chen was quiet for so long that I began to think she wouldn't answer at all. Finally, she sighed and opened a filing cabinet, withdrawing a manila folder. "David Chen lived in 4B for 6 years," she said, not looking at me. "Quiet man. Never gave trouble. Paid rent on time, kept to himself." "What happened to him?" "Heart attack. August 15th. Neighbor found him 3 days later when she smelled something bad." My stomach dropped. "He died in my apartment, on the kitchen floor, near the sink." She closed the folder. "We cleaned everything, had professional service. No one told you because law says we don't have to. He'd been dead more than 3 years. 3 days. David Chen had died in my apartment and lay there for 3 days before anyone found him. 3 days of existing in that space between life and death, perhaps not even understanding what had happened to him. Did he smoke? I asked. Mrs. Chen nodded. Smoked and drank coffee all day. Always smelled like cigarettes when he came to pay rent. I felt the pieces clicking into place. David Chen hadn't left the building. He had died there, and some part of him had never accepted that fact. He was still living his routine, still trying to exist in the space that had been his home for 6 years. "You want to move?" Mrs. Chen asked. I understand. I should have said yes. Any rational person would have packed their belongings and found a new place, somewhere without the psychic residue of a lonely death. But something stopped me. Perhaps it was my own loneliness, my own sense of displacement. Perhaps it was the recognition that David Chen and I weren't so different. Two people trying to disappear, to exist without being noticed. "No," I said. "I want to stay." That night, I did something that would have seemed impossible a month earlier. I prepared for David Chen's visit. I bought a bag of coffee and brewed a pot, filling the apartment with the rich aroma he seemed to crave. I left a fresh cup on the kitchen counter, next to the sink where he had died. I unlocked my door from the inside and sat in the chair by the window, waiting. I didn't have to wait long. At 11:47 p.m., I heard the familiar sound of a key turning in the lock. The door opened slowly, creaking on its hinges. Cold air flowed into the apartment, carrying the smell of cigarette smoke and something else. Something like rain or tears. I couldn't see him, but I felt his presence as clearly as if he had been standing directly in front of me. The air grew thick, charged with the weight of unfinished business. I heard soft footsteps moving toward the kitchen, the quiet clink of ceramic against the counter. "David," I said softly. The footsteps stopped. The apartment became so quiet I could hear my own heartbeat. "I know you're here," I continued. "I know you died in this place. I'm not afraid of you." The silence stretched on. Then, gradually, I became aware of a presence near the kitchen sink. Not visible,
but undeniably there. A concentration of sadness and confusion so profound it made my chest ache. "You don't have to keep coming back," I said. "You don't have to keep trying to live here." I felt rather than heard his response, a wave of loneliness so intense it brought tears to my eyes. David Chen had spent 6 years in this apartment, isolated and forgotten, and death had only intensified that isolation. He was trapped not by supernatural forces, but by habit, by the inability to imagine existence anywhere else. "I understand," I whispered. "I understand what it's like to disappear." The coffee cup moved on the counter. Just a slight shift, but enough to let me know he was listening. "But you don't have to disappear completely. You can let go." For a moment, the apartment was filled with something like peace. The weight in the air lifted slightly, and I felt David Chen's presence beginning to fade. Not disappearing entirely, but loosening its grip on the physical world. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the sensation vanished. The apartment returned to normal temperature. The smell of cigarette smoke dissipated, and I was alone again. But something had changed. I left the door unlocked that night, and it remained unlocked. The next morning, the coffee cup was empty, sitting clean and dry in the dish rack. David Chen never visited again. I continued to live in 4B through the winter and into the spring. The apartment felt different now, not haunted, but somehow less lonely. I never again found my door mysteriously, unlocked, or caught the scent of phantom cigarettes. The building's silence no longer felt oppressive but companionable. Sometimes in the early morning hours when the light was just beginning to filter through the windows, I thought I could feel a faint presence, not threatening or intrusive, but simply there. A reminder that loneliness could be shared, that isolation need not be absolute. I began to understand that David Chen and I had helped each other in ways that defied rational explanation. He had shown me that there were worse things than being alone, and I had shown him that being alone didn't have to mean being forgotten. 6 months after David Chen's final visit, I received a new job offer in another city. As I packed my belongings, I found myself reluctant to leave. The apartment had become more than just a place to live. It had become a space where I had learned to coexist with mystery, to accept things I couldn't fully understand. On my last night in 4B, I brewed a final pot of coffee and left a cup on the kitchen counter, not because I expected David Chen to return, but as a gesture of gratitude for the lessons in loneliness and connection, for the reminder that even in death, we leave traces of ourselves in the places we've called home. The next morning, as I loaded my car with the last of my boxes, Mrs. Chen handed me my security deposit check. "New tenant moves in next week," she said. "Nice young man, quiet type." I nodded, wondering if the new tenant would ever notice anything unusual about 4B. Perhaps David Chen would remain at rest, his unfinished business finally resolved. Or perhaps he would find new ways to make his presence known, to remind the living that death is not always the end of occupancy. As I drove away from the Belmont Arms, I caught a glimpse of the 4th-floor windows in my rearview mirror. For just a moment, I thought I saw a figure standing at the window of 4B watching me leave. But when I looked again, the window was empty, reflecting only the pale morning sky. I never learned whether the new tenant experienced anything unusual. I never tried to contact him or Mrs. Chen to ask. Some stories are meant to end with questions rather than answers, with the suggestion that mystery is a permanent resident in the places we inhabit. But sometimes, even now, when I'm alone in my new apartment in my new city, I catch the faint scent of coffee drifting through rooms where I've never brewed a pot, and I smile, remembering David Chen and the strange comfort of sharing space with someone who refused to be entirely forgotten. The locks on my new door work perfectly.
I always remember to turn the deadbolt completely, but I no longer check and double-check them the way I used to. I've learned that some doors are meant to be left unlocked. Some boundaries are meant to be permeable. After all, we are none of us living alone. We share our spaces with memories, with traces of those who came before us, with the persistent presence of stories that refuse to end when they're supposed to. The key is not to keep these presences out, but to learn to coexist with them, to understand that haunting can be a form of companionship. David Chen taught me that. In return, I taught him how to let go. It was perhaps the most important conversation I've ever had with someone I never actually saw. The mailbox still has her name. I bought the house in March when the snow was melting and revealing the winters. Accumulated debris, brown leaves, forgotten newspapers, the detritus of a season spent indoors. The realtor, a woman named Patricia with perfectly styled silver hair and a smile that never quite reached her eyes, walked me through the small colonial with the enthusiasm of someone trying to close a deal quickly. Perfect starter home, she said, her heels clicking on the hardwood floors. Previous owner took excellent care of it. You won't find a single thing that needs fixing. The house was indeed immaculate. 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, a kitchen with updated appliances, and a living room with a brick fireplace that looked like it had never been used. Everything was neutral. Beige walls, cream carpets, white trim. It felt like a house that had been staged for sale rather than lived in. How long was it on the market? I asked, running my hand along the spotless kitchen counter. Oh, not long at all, Patricia said, but something in her voice suggested otherwise. The previous owner, Mrs. Henley, she moved to assisted living. These things happen quickly at her age. I nodded, though something about the explanation felt incomplete. The house was priced below market value, which in the current housing market was almost unheard of. But I had been searching for months, outbid on 3 other properties, and my lease was ending in 6 weeks. Sometimes you don't question good fortune. I signed the papers that afternoon. It wasn't until I was moving my boxes from the truck to the front porch that I noticed the mailbox. It was one of those traditional black metal boxes mounted on a post, probably installed decades ago and maintained with the same care as the rest of the property. The house number was clearly visible in white reflective numbers, 47, but underneath, in smaller letters that had been partially scraped away but were still legible, was a name, E. Henley. I made a mental note to replace the nameplate once I was settled. It seemed like bad luck to leave someone else's name on your mailbox, though I couldn't articulate exactly why. The first week in the house passed peacefully. I arranged my furniture, hung pictures on the walls, tried to make the neutral spaces feel like home. The neighborhood was quiet, mostly older residents who kept to themselves, children who played in well-maintained yards, the occasional dog, walker passing by in the evening. It was exactly what I had wanted after 5 years in a cramped apartment near downtown, where sirens and shouting were the soundtrack of daily life. But the mail was wrong. It started with small things. A circular addressed to E. Henley, or current resident. A credit card offer for Eleanor Henley. These seemed normal enough. Companies often continued sending mail to previous residents for months after they moved. I made a neat pile of Mrs. Henley's mail on the kitchen counter, intending to write "Return to sender" on each piece and put them back in the mailbox. Then I received something that made me pause. It was a handwritten letter addressed to Eleanor in careful cursive handwriting. The return address showed it was from someone named Margaret, with an address in Florida. I held the envelope up to the light, telling myself I was just checking, to see if it looked important, but really I was curious about what it might contain. The envelope was thin, probably just a single sheet of paper, personal correspondence from a friend or relative. I set it aside with the other mail, but found myself thinking about it throughout the day. Eleanor Henley had lived in this house for how long? Patricia hadn't said, but the care of the property suggested decades. Suddenly moving to assisted living must have disrupted many relationships, left people wondering why their letters went unanswered. I decided to call Patricia to ask for a forwarding address. "Oh, I'm afraid I can't give out personal information," she said when I reached her. "Privacy laws, you understand. But you can just write return to sender on anything that comes. The post office will handle it." "Do you know how long Mrs. Henley lived there?" A pause. "Quite a while, I believe. She was elderly when she moved out." "Is she settling in well at the assisted living facility?" Another pause. Longer this time. "I'm sure she's fine. These places are very nice nowadays." I hung up with the distinct impression that Patricia knew more than she was saying, but I couldn't think of a polite way to press further. I wrote return to sender on the letter from Margaret and put it back in the mailbox with the flag up. The next morning, the letter was back. Not just back in my mailbox, but back inside the house, sitting on my kitchen counter where I had originally placed it. The return to sender notation I had written was gone, as if it had been erased, though the paper showed no signs of having been tampered with. I stared at the envelope for a long time, trying to construct a rational explanation. Perhaps I had only imagined putting it in the mailbox. Perhaps I had written the return notation on a different piece of mail. Perhaps the mail carrier had brought it back inside for some reason, though that seemed unlikely since I had been home all morning and heard no knock at the door. I put the letter back in the mailbox, this time making sure to flip the flag up and double-checking that I had actually completed the action. I even took a photo with my phone as proof to myself. The next morning, it was on my kitchen counter again. This time, I was certain I hadn't imagined it. The photo on my phone showed the letter clearly in the mailbox, along with the timestamp, proving I had put it there the previous afternoon. Yet here it was, back inside my house, sitting exactly where it had been before. I began to pay closer attention to the mail. Every day brought more letters for Eleanor Henley, not just the usual, junk mail and promotional offers, but personal correspondence. Letters from Margaret in Florida arrived weekly, along with occasional cards from someone named Robert in California, and longer envelopes from a Dr. Patterson, whose return address suggested a medical practice. No matter how many times I marked them return to sender and put them in the mailbox, they reappeared inside the house. Usually on the kitchen counter, but sometimes on the coffee table in the living room or on the desk in what I had turned into a home office. Always placed, carefully, never scattered or hidden as if someone was making sure I would notice them. I began to dread checking the mail, not because I was afraid of the letters themselves, but because of the growing pile of someone else's correspondence that I couldn't seem to get rid of. The letters felt like an accusation, a reminder that I was living in a space that didn't fully belong to me. After 2 weeks of this, I decided to call the post office directly. "I keep getting mail for the previous resident," I explained to the postal worker who answered. "I've tried marking it return to sender, but it keeps coming back." "What's the address?" I gave him my address, and I heard him typing on a keyboard. He said after a moment. "I'm showing Eleanor Henley as the current resident at that address." "That's not right. I bought the house last month. I've been living here for 2 weeks. More typing. "Sir, our records show that Eleanor Henley has lived at that address for 43 years. There's no change of address on file." "But she moved to assisted living," the realtor told me. "I can only tell you what our records show. If there's been a change, someone needs to file the proper paperwork." I hung up, frustrated and confused.
How could the post office not know about a change of residence? How could someone live in a house for 43 years and move out without updating their mailing address? That evening, I decided to do something I probably should have done weeks earlier. I opened one of Margaret's letters. My hands shook slightly as I slid my finger under the envelope flap. I told myself I was justified. The letters kept coming, back to me after all, and I was simply trying to find a way to reach Eleanor Henley directly. But I knew I was really driven by curiosity about the woman who had lived in my house for more than 4 decades. The letter was written on pale blue stationery in the same careful cursive I had seen on the envelope. Dear Eleanor, I hope this letter finds you well. I've been thinking about you so much since our last conversation. You sounded tired then, and I've been worried. I know the winter was hard on you being alone in that big house. Robert called me last week. He's concerned too. He said he's tried calling several times but can't reach you. Have you changed your phone number? We just want to make sure you're all right. I've been remembering our trip to the shore that summer when we were both still young and foolish. Do you remember how we spent that whole day looking for sea glass and you found that perfect green piece you said looked like an emerald? You carried it in your pocket for years after that. I wonder if you still have it. Please write back when you can. We miss hearing from you. All my love, Margaret. The letter was dated 3 weeks ago. I read it twice, feeling like an intruder in someone else's private correspondence, but also deeply moved by the obvious affection between these two women. Margaret was worried about her friend, trying to maintain a connection across the distance. Looked up from the letter to find myself staring at the living room fireplace, and for the first time I noticed something I had missed during my initial tours of the house. On the mantelpiece, barely visible unless you were looking for it, was a small piece of sea glass. Green, about the size of a quarter, worn smooth by decades of waves. My breath caught in my throat. Eleanor Henley hadn't taken everything when she moved out. She had left behind this small treasure, this tangible piece of a memory that someone cared enough to preserve in a letter. I set the letter down and approached the fireplace. The sea glass was beautiful, translucent and smooth, exactly the color Margaret had described. I picked it up, feeling its weight in my palm, and something strange happened. For just a moment, the room felt different, warmer somehow, lived in. I could almost see it as it must have been when Eleanor was here. Furniture arranged differently, photographs on the walls, the fireplace actually used on cold winter nights. A life fully inhabited, not just staged. For sale. I set the sea glass back on the mantelpiece and returned to the letter. At the bottom, Margaret had included her phone number. I called her. Hello? The voice was elderly, but strong, with a slight southern accent. Is this Margaret? Yes, who's calling? I took a deep breath. My name is David. I'm calling about Eleanor Henley. I've been getting her mail. Silence on the other end of the line. Margaret, are you there? Where are you getting her mail? Her voice had changed, become cautious. At her house at 47 Elm Street. I bought the house last month, but her mail keeps coming, and I can't seem to get it forwarded to her new address. Another long silence, then, young man, Eleanor Henley died in that house last December. The words hit me like a physical blow. I sat down heavily in the nearest chair, the phone pressed to my ear. That's not possible, I said. The realtor said she moved to assisted living. Eleanor died in her sleep on December 15th. I flew up for the funeral. There was no assisted living facility. My mind raced trying to process this information. But the house was for sale. Someone had to put it on the market. Her nephew, probably. He was her only relative. He lived in Seattle, barely knew her. Margaret's voice was bitter.
He couldn't be bothered to visit when she was alive, but he was quick enough to cash in when she died. I felt sick, not just because I had been lied to, but because of the implications. Eleanor Henley had died alone in this house, and no one had thought to inform her friends. Margaret and Robert and Dr. Patterson had been writing to a dead woman for months, wondering why she didn't respond to their letters. "Margaret," I said carefully, "have you been writing to her since December?" "Every week. She always wrote back before, but since Christmas, nothing. I thought maybe she was sick or depressed. Old people sometimes withdraw, you know. I kept hoping." "She's not getting the letters," I said gently. "She died, Margaret. I'm so sorry." I heard her crying on the other end of the line, soft sobs that spoke of months of worry and unanswered questions. When she composed herself enough to speak, her voice was thick with grief. "That house meant everything to her," she said. "She lived there since she was a young bride. Her husband died 15 years ago, but she couldn't bear to leave. Said it was where all her memories lived." After I hung up, I sat in Eleanor's living room, my living room, trying to understand what had happened. The realtor had lied, probably to avoid the stigma that comes with a house where someone had died. But that didn't explain why the mail kept returning to the house, why my attempts to forward it were mysteriously undone. I looked at the sea glass on the mantelpiece, at the neutral walls that had probably once been painted in colors Eleanor chose, at the fireplace that had probably warmed many winter evenings. This house had been loved, lived in fully, and now it was being treated like a commodity. That night I did something that would have seemed impossible a month earlier. I wrote a letter to Eleanor Henley. I told her about Margaret's worry, about the friends who missed her, about the nephew who had erased her existence so completely that even her mailbox still bore her name. I told her that I was sorry for intruding in her space, sorry that she had died alone, sorry that no one had properly honored the life she had built in this house. I left the letter on the kitchen counter and went to bed. In the morning, it was on, but the other letters, Margaret's letters, Robert's cards, Dr. Patterson's correspondence, were gone too. The kitchen counter was clear for the first time since I had moved in. I checked the mailbox, but it was empty except for my own mail. That evening, I received a phone call from Margaret. "David, I hope you don't mind me calling. I got your number from caller ID." "Of course not. How are you doing?" "Better, actually. I wanted to thank you for telling me about Eleanor. I mean, it was hard to hear, but not knowing was worse. I'm glad I could help. There's something else, though, something strange. I got a letter today from Eleanor." My heart stopped. "What do you mean?" "It's in her handwriting. I'd know it anywhere, but it's impossible, isn't it? If she died in December?" "What does it say?" Margaret was quiet for a moment, and I could hear paper rustling as she unfolded the letter. It says, "Dear Margaret, I'm sorry I couldn't write sooner. I've been in a place where letters don't reach, but I wanted you to know that I'm all right. I think about our day at the shore often. The sea glass is still beautiful, still green as an emerald. Thank you for remembering me. Give my love to Robert, Eleanor." Neither of us spoke for a long time. Finally, Margaret said, "How is this possible?" I looked at the mantelpiece where the sea glass caught the last light of the day. "I don't know," I said, "but I think she wanted you to know she's okay." Over the next few weeks, I learned that Robert and Dr. Patterson had also received final letters from Eleanor. Each one was personal, addressing specific memories or concerns, providing the closure that her sudden death had denied them. I never received any more mail for Eleanor Henley. The Postal Service updated their records, and my mailbox began to fill only with correspondence addressed to me. But I left her nameplate on the mailbox.
the faded letters that spelled E. Henley still visible beneath my own name. It seemed wrong to erase her entirely. I also left the sea glass on the mantelpiece, and I began using the fireplace on cold evenings. Slowly, I started to make the house feel like home, not by erasing Eleanor's presence, but by building on it. I painted the walls in warmer colors, hung photographs that meant something to me, filled the rooms with life and purpose. But I was always aware that I was not the first person to love this house. Eleanor Henley had lived here for 43 years, had filled these rooms with her joys and sorrows, her daily routines and cherished memories. Her death had been lonely, but her life had been rich with friendships and connections that stretched across the country. I began to understand that houses hold more than just the people who currently inhabit them. They hold the accumulated weight of all the lives that have been lived within their walls, all the love and loss that has echoed through their rooms. Eleanor Henley had not moved on in the traditional sense. She had simply become part of the house's story, a permanent resident in the space between memory and presence. Sometimes on quiet evenings when the house settles around me, I think I can feel her approval. Not as a ghostly presence, but as a sense of continuity, of rightness. She had chosen this house, had made it home, and now she had chosen me to continue that work. The mailbox still has her name, faded but legible, a reminder that we are all temporary occupants of the spaces we inhabit. But that doesn't make our presence any less meaningful, our connections any less real. Eleanor Henley taught me that home is not just a place you live, but a place you love so deeply that you leave something of yourself behind when you go. Her final letters to Margaret and Robert and Dr. Patterson were not supernatural phenomena, but acts of love that transcended the boundaries between life and death. I keep the sea glass on the mantelpiece, green as an emerald, smooth as a prayer. It reminds me that the most important things we possess are not the things we can hold in our hands, but the memories we carry in our hearts, the connections we make with others, the love we build in the places we call home. Every morning, I check the mailbox that bears both our names. Eleanor's mail has stopped coming, but mine continues to arrive, along with the occasional letter from Margaret, who has taken to writing to me now, sharing stories about her friend's life, keeping Eleanor's memory alive through the simple act of remembering. In her last letter to me, Margaret wrote, "Eleanor always said that houses choose their people as much as people choose their houses. I think she chose well. I think so too. The house on Elm Street has become truly mine, not by erasing Eleanor's presence, but by honoring it. Her name on the mailbox is no longer a mistake to be corrected, but a blessing to be preserved. After all, we are none of us living alone. We share our homes with the ghosts of those who came before us, with the echoes of their laughter and tears, with the weight of their love for the spaces we now inhabit. The key is not to fear these presences, but to welcome them, to understand that being haunted can be a form of companionship, that the past can be a foundation rather than a burden. Eleanor Henley taught me that. In return, I am keeping her memory alive, one letter at a time, one day at a time, one act of love at a time. The mailbox still has her name, and it always will.